all council members and relevant staff here. And the recording has started. So let's get going. Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to the June 14th special meeting of the Boulder City Council. And before we get the official agenda started, I'm going to begin with a couple announcements. So the first one is about COVID-19 vaccinations, testing and vaccinations. So for information provider locations for free COVID-19 testing, please go to www.boco.org/COVID testing. And the Boulder site for that is 2445 Stasio Drive, and that's open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And for vaccine information and provider locations, please go to www.boco.org/COVID vaccine. And on to the next announcement, please. All right, council meeting day change. Beginning on July 14th, 2022, city council meetings and study sessions will change from Tuesdays to Thursdays, with the start time remaining at 6 p.m. The new meeting day will impact some board and commission meeting times and the public comment sign-up timeline. So let's go through a few of those. Planning board, the new meeting times will be first, third, and fourth Tuesdays of the month at 6 p.m. Board of Zoning and Adjustments, the new meeting times are on the second Tuesday of the month at 4 p.m. The Design Advisory Board will now be at the second Wednesday of the month at 4 p.m. And the public comment sign-up timeline will open Friday before the meeting at 8 a.m. and close Wednesday before the meeting at 2 p.m. for a total of 5 days. And more information about all of this can be found at bouldercolorado.gov/announcement/council-meeting-day-change. All right, with that, let's go ahead and gavel this meeting started at 6:01 p.m. And Elisha, could we do the roll call, please?
Yes, sir. And good evening, everyone. We will start with Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Here.
Councilmember Joseph.
Present.
Spear.
Present.
Wallach.
Here.
Weiner.
Present.
And Yates.
Right here.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Wonderful. Elisha, can you go ahead and move us into our first public hearing, please? We don't have a consent agenda or call-ups, I don't think.
Yes, sir. I'll ask our city manager, Chris Meschuk, to introduce me and this item for me.
Thanks, Alicia, and good evening, council members. We're going to turn it right back around to Alicia Johnson, our city clerk, who's going to walk us through our mid-year board and commission appointments.
All right, thank you, Chris. And again, good evening, council. Before we begin the process of nominating and appointing board and commission candidates to fill our current vacancies, I'm going to provide a review outline of our process for this item. There are 3 steps. First, I will present the slides for each board and commission, identify which seats are vacant, along with their required qualifications, the eligible candidates, and whether they have applied for other boards. Second, I will ask the mayor to open our public hearing, close it when it is completed, and turn the discussion back to me. Third, following the public hearing, I will provide council with guidance on how the nomination process will proceed. Emily, if you would please pull up the slides for me, we will proceed with the presentation of the information for each board and commission. Our first board that we are considering tonight, next slide please, Emily, will be our Beverage Licensing Authority Board. That board has currently seat 2 vacant, and we are requesting the appointment of a resident to the unexpired 4-year term through March 31st, 2026. We have 1 applicant currently being considered, and that is Lee Roberts, because Ms. Spalding has withdrew her candidacy. Next slide, please. Our next board, it will be our Board of Zoning Adjustment. Seat 2 is the vacant seat on that board, and we will request to appoint a resident for a 5-year term through March 31st, 2027. We have Catherine Crane to consider and Michael Hirsch. Mr. Hirsch did serve on seat 2 from March 2017 to March 2022. Next slide, Emily. Next, we have the Boulder Junction Access District Parking Commission Board, we have seat 2 that is currently open, and that is to appoint a member to a 5-year term through March 31st, 2027. This seat must be this person must be a property owner or a representative of a property owner. Seat 3 is also to appoint a member to a 5-year term through March 31st, 2027. And that also must be an appointment for a property owner or property owner representative. We have seat 4 currently available, and that is to appoint a resident to a 5-year term through March 31st, 2027. Tonight's consideration of candidates are Ryan Bonick. He is only eligible for seat number 4. Ms. Rebecca Dumochel, please forgive me if I mispronounce that. She is eligible for seat 2 and seat 3, and she also applied to the Boulder Junction Access District Travel Demand Management Board. Matt McTamaney, he is only eligible for seat number 4. Robin Rowan is only eligible for seat number 4, and Thomas Wells is only eligible for seat number 4. Next slide, Emily. Next, we have our BJAD Travel Demand Management Commission. We have seat 1 available to appoint a member to an unexpired 1-year term through 3/31/23. This person must be a property owner. Seat number 2 is to appoint a member to a 5-year term through 3/31/27, also must be a property owner. And seat 3 is to appoint a member to a 5-year term through 3/31/27, and also must be a property owner. We currently have Ms. Rebecca Demoshel, who also applied for the BJAD Parking Commission to consider. Next slide, Emily. Next, we have our Cannabis Licensing Advisory Board. Seat number 6 is currently open to appoint a resident to a 5-year term through 3/31/27. This person must be a marijuana or hemp business owner. And we have one candidate to consider, Evan Anderson. Next, we have the Library Commission, which is our last board to consider for tonight. That's Library Commission seat number 2 is available, and we are asking to appoint a resident to a 5-year term through 3/31/27. And we currently have one candidate, Ms. Sylvia Werba, to consider. Mayor, I will now turn the meeting back over to you to open the public hearing.
Great. Well, let's go ahead and get that public hearing opened. I understand. Let's see, I just lost. There we go. I understand we have one person signed up for the public hearing, so they'll get 3 minutes to speak, and that person is Lynn Siegel.
Sorry for the delay, Lynn. Give me one moment. My screen is fighting. You should be able to unmute now.
Yeah, I have one thing to say about this, and that is you might have more applicants if you had a more inviting feeling about people coming to council meetings and speaking at public hearings and at open comment, so that I'm not the only one that you get advice from, because it is so intimidating and so uncomfortable to be read the riot act before I speak each time that it makes me not even want to speak. And I imagine it makes a lot of people resist having anything to do with the city council or with their public government. So I suggest that you rethink your public engagement process and how you're dealing with people. And there's no excuses of it's the virus and that's why we're doing all this. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with the pandemic. It has to do with your public policy of intimidating people, because it never happened live and it doesn't need to happen any differently now. And I'm sure there are IT ways of you getting someone to sign on and say, I agree, like before they sign up, before they can actually get on, they have to check a box that says, I agree to these parameters to, not swear or what have you. That should be how that process works. And to me, it's just amazing that a place as quote unquote progressive as Boulder has such an archaic way of treating its public. So that's all I have to say. I wish I had more to say about, advising you about who you should choose for these board positions, but I just don't. So thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Lynn. And then Elish, I think you're going to walk us through the guidelines, and I'm having some audio quality problems, so I'm going to leave the meeting and come back in, but please proceed with the guidelines. I'm familiar with them. I'll be back in just a moment.
All right, sir. And just to officially, you closing the public hearing?
Yes, I am. Thanks for asking.
No worries. Thank you. All right, council. Just wanted to make sure you remembered the process that we follow for the nominations. And I will now outline that formal candidate nomination process. For those of you who have been involved in the past, you'll remember that this process is detailed in our code. We will proceed through nominations, one board or commission at a time, in alphabetical order by board title. Council members will make nominations to fill vacancies one seat at a time. Once nominations for the seat have been made by council members, council is welcome to discuss with each other before taking final action. If only one person is nominated for a seat, that appointment will stand if there are no objections. If more than one person is nominated for the same seat, we have a specific process for narrowing the candidates down to one finalist. A vote of support will be held for each individual nominated. Candidates must receive a minimum of 5 votes to be declared the finalist for a vacant seat. If the first round of voting does not produce a clear winner, the candidate with the fewest votes will drop from the nominee list and the vote will be conducted again. This continues until a single nominee remains. The order of nominees will be called either alphabetically or reverse alphabetically by last name of the nominees, depending upon a flip of my coin. From then on, I will alternate the order for all further nominee votes during the meeting. If a person is not selected for the first seat they are nominated for, they can be nominated for one of the other available seats on that board or commission, or for another board or commission seat they applied to. This process is followed for each board or commission. Once council has determined a single appointment for each seat, the motion made, and a vote taken to appoint the selected candidates, this item will conclude for the evening. Any questions? All right. I will turn the meeting back over to the mayor if he's back, or the mayor pro tem if she wishes to take the lead.
I'd be happy to, but I think I just saw Aaron pop back in.
All right.
Here I am. Thanks for doing that, Alicia. Mark, you have a question? You're muted.
Too often I'm unmuted, and now when I'm trying to talk, I am muted. Okay. The last time we did this, we declined to appoint an applicant to the Boulder Liquor Authority on the basis that she was a sole applicant, and we wanted to have a vote on at least 2 candidates. Today, we have the same one applicant for the Liquor Authority, one applicant for the Library District, one for the Boulder Junction Traffic Demand Management appointment, one for CLAB, and one for Boulder Junction Parking, seats 2 and 3. Are we going to be applying the same principle today, or have we determined that it is no longer convenient to have that principle and we're going to act under a different principle?
Do you mind if I respond to that, Mark?
Yes, please.
Great. And I'll point out there were more than one board that only had one applicant, like the library district. The library board also only had one applicant, and we deferred on that one as well. My understanding of the thought that council was applying at the time was that that the regular cycle of board recruitment had only gotten one candidate. We were deferring those to do additional recruitment in the hopes of getting additional candidates, but not that we would necessarily never, ever appoint to a board that only had one candidate. So maybe I'll put it to my colleagues that are folks comfortable tonight appointing people to boards that only have one candidate this evening. And I got Rachel and Matt and Bob have raised their hands.
I am. I hope that we revisit this at our kind of mid-cycle retreat. It felt clunky. I particularly seemed like we were shifting in the middle of the process on some of this, and it seems like it's taken up time and caused boards to function at lower board membership levels than I would have liked for longer. So yes to tonight. Hope somebody can put that on the agenda for next month.
Thanks, Matt. Bob, Lauren.
Yeah, I agree with sort of circling back and having a little better discussion of this. I like the idea that, we gave it a second round. We really tried to dredge up some more candidates. And so I think we can't really hold these seats open indefinitely. And so I think it's important for us to now fill them and move on and try to get the work that we can done. And we're still going to have some holes in it. And so I think for an early round, trying to get as much competition as we can is a good thing to try to start with, but that can't be something we hold on forever in a process when we have vacancies and we need to move some process forward with these committees. So I'm okay moving forward with who we got so we can put this to bed and move on to other stuff.
Thanks, Bob and Lauren.
Yeah, I agree with Rachel. I think the process was a little clunkier this March than it should have been. I think it was clunkier than it has been in past years. Aaron will remember that it is not entirely unusual for us to appoint somebody if they're the sole candidate. I think there's a potential for a little signal to a sole candidate when we reopen it that you're not good enough for us. And I think that's a little awkward. I think if someone is putting themselves out there and they happen to be the only qualified candidate, I think we should appoint that person. So I agree. I join Rachel in calling for council to revisit this as a matter of policy going forward. I'm a little embarrassed where we ended up. We are where we are. I'm going to vote for sole candidates tonight, but I think we should also maybe develop a policy for going forward.
Thanks, Lauren and Tara.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this up, Mark. It was something I wanted to make sure we chatted about before we got underway here. I think, I appreciate all the comments, both around sort of how this has happened historically and what we might do going forward. I also would like to just bring up that, I think something me and Tara have both talked about wanting to do is looking at some of these boards that aren't having as many applicants as we would like, and just try and look also at what the requirements are for those boards, see, how we can make this make more sense for more people, or kind of try and identify why we're not having as many applicants for some boards, whereas we have an abundance for others.
Thanks, Tara.
Yeah, I agree with everybody. First, Lisa, if you're listening, Lisa Spalding, I do want to apologize. It was an uncomfortable experience for you, and we did not mean it. I personally didn't mean it to come out like that. We tried some new things this year, and some of them worked well, and some of them didn't work as well. So I agree that we need to relook at things, but I also want to tell council, my dear friends, that I'm hoping that you're ready for a few other changes that we are going to try. And again, some of them will be great and some of them might not be as great. And we're just going to keep working at it. And hopefully you are looking forward to that. Right, Lauren? Apologies for what didn't work, council.
Thanks, Mark, again.
Yeah, I want to support the comments that were made by Lauren and Tara. And I would suggest that we adopt policies that are good for all weathers as opposed to those which are situationally convenient, which was what we had at the last go round for this. We ought to do something that is satisfactory, not at the moment, but for all moments. And I don't think we had that previously. So I'm very supportive of looking at this again and creating a policy that is actually going to be adhered to at all times. So, thank you.
Very good. Bob, Rachel, and I'll call on myself.
Yeah, I just wanted to take the moment to actually thank and acknowledge Lauren and Tara for all the hard work that they have done, both back in February and March and also in this go around. I know this has been a ton of work for the two of you. I know that you've got some recommendations to make to us, which I'm looking forward to hearing. With all due respect to anybody who served on the prior board and commissions committee, I would say the two of you have taken your jobs really, really seriously, and I really am grateful for all the hard work you've done.
You're
I'm
here.
gonna go
Rachel?
ahead. I second what Bob just said. Thanks, Tara and Lauren, for all your hard work. And to follow up on Lauren's point about some boards that we're having trouble filling seats on, such as we've got the two BJAD, that's how you say it, BJAD boards for parking and travel demand management, and CLAB have resident requirements. I just want to know the process for when we should pick that up, and hopefully direct staff to make some changes if needed. Is that something we'll talk about at the process retreat? Is that a notify we should give tonight? Because it's a bummer that those seats are sitting empty. And I assume it makes those boards harder to function.
Can somebody speak to that? Like, could we consider that at the process meeting?
We can add that to the list of items that are considered. I've flagged it for our team.
Thanks, Chris.
Lauren?
Oh, I was just going to say that alternatively, we could look at it through the boards and commissions group. We could try and vet a couple ideas for how we might adjust that and then bring those forward to council would be an alternate way of trying to bring that to the group too.
There's a chance of that getting done in the next month. That would be great.
Yeah, maybe it's faster to just do it as part of our retreat. I'm totally open to that.
I'd certainly take you up on that. Okay, I'm actually going to turn my video off here because I'm continuing to have a couple issues here, so bear with me. All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
So I'll just chime in on the previous comments and say I agree that it was a very awkward process this year. I think we did our best. It didn't come out perfectly, and I agree that we should look at how to do that differently and better in the future. And I'm comfortable appointing the single applicants to those boards where there's only one applicant tonight. So given that, can we, Elisha, could you go ahead and put up the presentation, please? And so my suggestion would be that we only go to the boards that have multiple applicants for consideration then in our discussion. And so if we could get that up, that would be great, Elisha.
All right, I'm waiting on Emily. That would be our first board, Emily, would be the Board of Zoning Adjustment, which is the third slide. All right, sir.
Okay. So have we had a coin toss to determine whether we start alphabetically or reverse?
No, I can do that now with my official handy dandy coin. All right, heads, we start in alphabetical order. Tails, we start in reverse. It is heads, so we will start in alphabetical.
Okay, well, once we have nominations, then we'll do that. Thanks so much, Elisha. Okay, do we have a nomination for this board? Lauren.
I would like to first recognize Michael Hirsch and his excellent work on this board. And while I think he's been a great member of the Board of Zoning Adjustments, I would like to nominate Catherine Crane. Just talking to Aaron, it sounds like typically when someone has served a full term and we have multiple applicants, it's common to look at sort of giving a number of people experience in these positions. And so while they're both highly qualified, I would like to nominate Catherine Crane for this position.
Thanks, Lauren. Any other nominations? Well, seeing none, then I think I'll join Lauren in thanking Michael Hirsch for his service. We've really appreciated his work on the board in the last 5 years, but sometimes it's time for new faces and to give new people chances for the experience and lend their service. So looks like by acclamation, that'll be Catherine Crane for this seat.
All right, sir. Duly noted. Thank you. Next, Emily, we need to go to the BJAD Parking Commission.
Great. So I believe we'll have Rebecca Dumochel will slide into seat number 2 here as the only eligible person. By the way, she's very well qualified, I happen to know. And then we have 4 possibilities for the resident, the general resident that's not a property owner representative. So can we take a nomination? Tara.
I'm going to nominate Robin Ronen.
Great. I will go ahead and raise my hand here and nominate Thomas Wells. Any other nominations? Lauren.
I'd also like to nominate Ryan Bonnick.
Very good. Any other nominations? All right, seeing none, do people want to speak to their people they've nominated? Terry, you were first, if you want to go.
Sure, she had a great interview, Robin did, and she is a very dynamic person. She has a lot of experience in boards and she is highly qualified. I think she's going to be awesome. You know, I love that word.
Great. I'll go next, being for Thomas Wells. I'll just say Thomas has been involved in city issues for many years and is well versed and experienced with the issues that this district deals with. And I think he would lend some fantastic expertise to this board. So I think he's a great candidate. I'll say we have other good candidates as well. It's always great to see multiple qualified candidates. Lauren, you want to speak to Ryan?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure to raise, Brian gave a great interview and had a great answers on the questionnaire and has served on transportation and provided great service to the city. Ultimately, partially from what I've said before, I do think it's important to give people who haven't had a chance to serve on boards and commissions a new seat. So I may not ultimately vote for him, but I really wanted to make sure he got nominated.
Very good. Thanks, Lauren. So Elisha, since we did the last one by acclamation, are we still alphabetical or do we need to switch to reverse?
We are still alphabetical, sir.
Okay, very good. So I'm going to ask people to raise their virtual hands because I can't necessarily see everybody's physical hand. So, so we'll go and start with Ryan Bonnick. Okay, I'm not seeing hands there. So we will go on to Robin Ronen. Ronen. And I've got, let's see, we've got 6 here: Bob, Tara, Nicole, Rachel, Lauren, Mark. So that does it. Robin gets the seat. Congratulations, Robin.
All right.
Erin, can I ask a quick question on this one? With appointing Rebecca Dumochel to this board, can we also appoint her to the second one? Do we need to talk about that?
I think
we're not going to appoint her to 2. Do we want to talk about whether we just appointed her to this one?
I think we talked before about appointing everyone where there was only one applicant for one seat. I do believe it's perfectly fine to appoint the same person to both BJAD boards. I don't think there are any issues with that. But Bob, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, not only is it perfectly good, I think it's actually a good idea. We've done this before historically where we've had 1 or 2 people who have been on each of the 2 boards. I don't know if the city attorneys have an opinion about that, but with regard to BJAD, which has always been a mystery to me why we have two boards, which maybe the boards and commissions will enlighten us on later. We've had overlap, and there is a precedent for this, and I hope that Rebecca will serve on both boards.
Awesome, thanks.
Mark?
Have we asked Rebecca if she wants the workload of two boards? And we're making an assumption here. I have no problem with the appointment, but we're kind of piling on the work.
Good question. I'm guessing Rebecca has served, I believe, on both of these boards in the past, and then left town for a while and has come back. So I think she knows what she's getting into, but we could confirm after the appointment and unappoint her, I guess, if necessary. Lauren?
I think I would support offering her both positions and letting her let us know if she wants to reject one of them. I would also just like to clarify that for the demand management position, there were 3 different seats, one of 3 different lengths, and I would like to appoint her to a term that matches this 5-year term that she would have on the Parking Commission.
Emily, could we go to that slide, please, so we can just look at those seats? So it looks like both of the property owner seats. So they're all 3 property owners. So one of the 5-year terms, in other words.
Yes.
Any objections from anyone to that? Not seeing any. Very good. Junie?
I just wanted to make a comment, and I appreciate this conversation that we're having about appointing one community member to 2 boards, but I'm thinking there are people who we could appoint to the other boards. So I'm just not sure why is it necessary or even ultimately important to appoint one person to 2 boards if there is other people who are available to take on that position.
I can speak to that, Jane, if you don't mind. In this case, for both of these boards, Rebecca's the only eligible person, and there are multiple seats open. So there's no one else available at this time. And in fact, if she is appointed to both, there will still be empty seats for lack of applicants.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Any other questions or comments, or we could move? I think that the next step, if people are comfortable with where we've gotten, would be for somebody to make a motion to appoint everyone as designated through this process.
So moved.
Yeah. Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. And Alicia, is this a show of hands?
No, this is a roll call, sir.
Okay, Lauren, you have something else?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, through this roll call vote, will we also be appointing people to positions where only one applicant applied? Or are we just voting on the appointments as we discussed where there was more than one applicant?
It would be for all the boards, including the ones with only one applicant for each seat.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks. Mark?
Have we discussed design advisory? We had 2 candidates there. Did we not?
They both withdrew.
They both withdrew?
Yes, sir.
That's disappointing. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And for just clarity, sir, for the Rebecca secondary appointment, is it going to be to seat 2 as well? We have her on seat 2 for parking, and do we want to go ahead and just put her for seat 2 for travel demand?
Rachel, you're the motion maker. Are you comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with that.
Great. Matt, you're the seconder. You also have your hand up.
That hand is erroneous. My bad.
Okay, great. Well, we have a motion on the table in a second. I think we've clarified it. Alicia, could you do the roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you. We'll start this roll call with Mayor Pro Tem Friend,
I'm a yes.
Councilmember Joseph,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Wallach,
Aye.
Weiner,
Yes.
Yates,
Yes.
Benjamin,
Yes.
Mayor Brockett,
Yes.
and Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Mayor, the boards and commissions mid-year appointments as documented and discussed are hereby approved unanimously.
Great. Thanks so much, everyone, for the conversation, and congratulations to all of our new board and commission appointments. We look forward to the fantastic work I know you'll be doing for the city. Appreciate your service to come.
And Mayor, we will, just for the record, the city clerk's office will reach out to Rebecca to confirm that she is okay with being appointed to both boards. And if we hear anything different, we will relay that out to council.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Well, I think we can move into our next public hearing then. Can we get started with that? Chris, you want to start us?
Yep, I might look to Alicia if you want to introduce the item first, and then I'll jump in.
All right, thank you, sir. Item 4B on tonight's agenda is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8521 to amend the designated boundary to include all of Block 13 of the property at 1236 Canyon Boulevard, City of Boulder, Colorado, an individual landmark under Chapter 9-11, Historic Preservation, BRC 1981, and setting forth the related details.
Thanks, Alicia. And I am going to introduce James Hewitt, who is going to present this item from the Planning and Development Services Department.
Good evening. Can you hear and see me?
Yes.
Good. James Hewitt, Principal Historic Preservation Planner with Planning and Development Services Historic Preservation. I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully it'll work. Actually, it says that my ability to share is disabled right now.
Let me take care of that for you, James. Oh,
Thanks.
Emma got your presentation for you, it looks like.
Okay.
You can just let her know when to advance your slides.
Oh, so I'm going to ask you to advance slides for me?
Emily, yep.
Emily, okay, thanks. Sorry, I thought I was going to do this. Good evening, and thank you. I'll try and be fairly brief because I know there are quite a few people who would like to speak to this item through the public hearing. And I should just point out too that we have the chair of the Landmarks Board in attendance this evening, and the vice chair too. That's Abby Daniels, who's the chair, and John Decker, who's the vice chair. And Abby, when I'm finished and you've asked me questions, we'll say a few words. And so if we could, Emily, if you could advance to the next slide. I can walk you all through the procedure for tonight's hearing. Would you like me to do that, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Because this is quasi-judicial, the City Council members tonight will each need to reveal ex parte contacts. I'll make, as I said, a fairly brief presentation, and the council may ask me questions. The applicant at this point has an opportunity to present, and the applicant is actually the city for a city-owned property. So, but there, as I mentioned before, Abby Daniels is here, and she will be available to answer questions. The public hearing at that point is opened for public comment, and the council may ask questions of any of the comments made during the public hearing. And then the applicant owner has an opportunity to respond to any thing that has been said. The public hearing is closed and the City Council will deliberate. And of course, a motion will require an affirmative vote of at least 5 city council members to pass the motion. Next slide, please. So as you all know, the criteria for landmark designation is set out in section 911.1 and 911.2 of the Boulder Revised Code, commonly known as the Historic Preservation Ordinance. And I won't read through this. I'm assuming you're all fairly familiar with this and have read the memo. Next slide, please. Actually, can you go to the next slide? I don't think that should be there. Let's see. Options. In terms of your decisions, your decision this evening, you have an option to approve the designation, in this case, an expansion of an existing landmark boundary. You may modify and approve the designation by ordinance, or you may disapprove or deny the designation. And if you could skip back to the last slide, Emily, I'm sorry, it was out of order. Could you go back 2 slides? Yep. Back 1 more, please. Thank you. I put this on the screen because, you know, one of your considerations too as the city council is looking at policies as far as the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan goes, and policy 2.28, leadership in preservation, does state that eligible resources that have been identified through survey, including secondary buildings or elements that are part of and convey the cultural significance of a site, should be designated. And this is referring to city-owned properties. Next slide, please. Next slide. So I'll just very quickly go through the history of how this comes to you tonight. In August of 2021, the Friends of the Bandshell, which is a recognized 401c3 historic preservation advocacy group, submitted a letter to the Landmarks Board requesting expansion of the 1996 Bandshell boundary to include all of Block 13, where it had been in 1996. The boundary had been cut to include only the north half of Block 13. In November of 2021, the Landmarks Board held an initiation hearing and voted to move forward with looking at the possibility of expanding the boundary. And in January of 2022, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board reviewed the initiation and requested postponement of the designation to allow time for additional review of the application. The Landmarks Board did postpone the hearing to allow that time, and I will say that I went to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board to speak to them to explain about the landmarking and what it meant. And there were some concerns on the part of the board members themselves, although they did not take a formal position. They did at a subsequent meeting write some comments that are actually an attachment to the memo that's in your packet. Meanwhile, April 6th, the Landmarks Board did have a designation hearing, and they voted 4-1 to recommend expansion of the boundary. Now, I should point out here too, and this is outlined in the memo, that staff's recommendation was in lieu of expanding to include all of Block 13, staff recommended that this not happen at this time, that is the designation, and that the board not forward this to the city council, but instead it directs staff to look at a larger civic area district. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And so that recommendation we are staying with, and I'll speak a bit more about that. and that was outlined in the first reading memo that you passed in your consent agenda, and that is our recommendation this evening. And I'll read that more completely as I go on. Next slide, please. Okay. In terms of the property location, I think everybody's very familiar with this. This is the civic area. This is the, essentially the heart of Boulder, along Boulder Creek, and across Broadway from the municipal building, which is landmarked, across also from the Atrium building, from the Duchambe Tea House to the south of that, and the Boulder Museum of Contemporary Art building, all landmarked. So just to key you into what these lines are showing you, the green line indicates what was designated in 1996, and the hatched line indicates the requested expansion of the boundary. Next slide, please. And just some photographs showing aspects of the area in question. Now, the boundary currently runs along the berm. So where the sawed-off tree is, and the sign and the other tree, that's where the southern boundary now runs. And there is a berm, and the seating that is there was actually constructed in 1950. And originally, we'll see some earlier photographs. It was just an open lawn without seating and without the berm. The photograph on the right just shows a little bit closer, actually from on top of the berm, looking northwest into the band shell itself. Next slide, please. And some more photographs. Top left, looking southwest, essentially from the band shell down onto the area where the proposed boundary would extend to, the White Rock ditch being on the other side of the path, which is running sort of midway through that photograph. The top right photograph showing the view looking southwest again from a slightly different angle, and you can see the berm and the seating to the right. And then bottom left, the view looking essentially from the southern boundary, and you can see to the left is the Duchambe Tea House on the other side of 13th Street, as well as the BMOCA building. And then to the right of the trees, the area that would be included in the proposed boundary if it were to be expanded. Lastly, the bottom left shows a photograph. This is taken from Google Street View. And we'll look at a couple of views over time, and it's really kind of remarkable how similar this really is in the last 100 years. But anyway, this is looking northwest from the bridge. You can see the band shell on the left and the paths and the ditch, as well as the weir, which is sort of hidden below the barrier of the bridge. Next slide, please. So this is actually a map that was included in the 1996 application to designate the band shell. And you can see there's a sort of I don't know quite how to describe the shape, but it's kind of like a triangle. And that was the application that was submitted by the Modern Architectural League's application for the designation. So it included the seating, the band shell, but not so much room around it. At the Landmarks Board meeting in 1996, they did discuss expanding the boundary and ultimately did to include half the lot. And there was discussion about doing the whole lot, but there was, and this is in your memo too, there was some reticence in doing so because of the location of the train, which is now not there. So next slide, please. So in assessing whether or not a property is eligible for landmark designation, we have criteria for evaluation, and these were adopted by the Landmarks Board and City Council in 1975. The first of them is architectural significance. In looking at this larger area, it was actually very revealing to find out how much conscious planning there was and how much planning really goes back to the turn of the 20th century in terms of visioning for what we now know as the civic area. The photograph on the top left shows the state of, this is looking from the bridge, pretty much the same view, just a little bit over the rail than we saw in the last photograph from the Google Street View shot. But you can see the buildings to the left. There was a greenhouse, a row of trees, and a house in the back. Now the bandshell presently sits where those trees are in the middle ground. That was cleared away, and I'll talk more about that right after this photograph was taken. Subsequently, in the 1930s, the city hired Sacco Rink de Boer, who had done a lot of work and was responsible for the parkway system in the city of Denver, to do planning for the civic area. And he'd actually just worked on the first zoning code for Boulder and introduced that. He is recognized as an important and influential, nationally renowned architectural or landscape architect, I should say. And you can see here there were some fairly wild-looking schemes that never came to fruition, but they were automobile sort of dominated plans that were designed specifically for this area by him during the 1930s and early 1940s. Next slide, please. So I mentioned Frederick Law Olmsted before. Frederick Law Olmsted, of course, you all know Junior, the son of Frederick Law, who did Central Park and so many other wonderful landscapes around the country. Junior was part of the firm, and the firm actually still exists today, I believe. But they were in, after his father died, the firm was very active, and Frederick Law was brought to the city of Boulder by the city of Boulder, specifically to draw up a plan. And one of the key components was the revitalization of the area along Boulder Creek, because at that time it was fairly industrial and not a very, very pleasant place. So Peter Pollack, who's the former planning director, gave a talk several weeks ago to Historic Boulder and has revealed some very interesting information about Frederick Law Olmsted's plan for this grassy area in front of where the bandshell now sits. And it was implemented in the early 1920s. We'll see a photograph of that. So you can see the photograph of Sacco de Boer, and then lastly, Glenn H. Huntington, who was the designer of the bandshell and a very prolific architect, designed all sorts of very diverse buildings all over Boulder. Next slide, please. And then finally, environmental significance. You know, it is clearly an urban a park. It has been used as such for over 100 years. Again, in looking at the history of the area, we revealed, it was revealed to us just how much has gone on here over the years, and it is a whole. So it does make sense that the park should be recognized as part of the bandshell landmark. It was a consciously designed landscape by several design professionals. It is really quite intact today, and certainly, you know, an urban civic area, civic gathering place, and has been for 100 years. Next slide, please. So I said I was going to show you this, this image. The photograph on the left is taken, we looked at this one before, 1921, before all the buildings were cleared away and some of the trees taken away as well. 1925, this was actually the realization of a plan specifically that Frederick Law Olmsted had done for this grassy area. Was subsequently in 1938, the Lions Club and the Parks and Recreation Board at the time had the band shell built after designs by Glenn Huntington, and then the seating was added in 1950. And then the view today, I mean, it really is very recognizable. And this was surprising, I think, to us, and it is part of a whole. So to the next slide, please. And sorry, I'm going on so long. I just wanted to mention too that, you know, Boulder does have several city-owned and designated cultural landscapes, not the least of which is the Colorado Chautauqua, which is in itself a vernacular cultural landscape that has evolved over the years. And I just wanted to point out that I think sometimes folks have the impression that when something is landmarked or in a historic district, that change can't occur. And actually, the truth is that change occurs all the time. And historic preservation is just one filter to manage that change in a way that recognizes the historic character. Another property that is also designated and owned by the city of Boulder and clearly an important cultural landscape is the Columbia Cemetery of 10 acres. Next slide, please. So our recommendation, staff's recommendation, is consistent with what we recommended to the Landmarks Board in April, and that is to, in lieu of doing a larger expanded district now, to look at the possibility of doing a larger and more encompassing holistic historic district that recognizes the varied historic resources and the evolution of this place over time from its establishment in the early 19th century through to the Dushanbe Tea House, which was constructed nearly in the 21st century. It is a vibrant, organic, changing place. And I think with the with plans for revitalizing the civic area, it would make sense to have a historic district, which would roughly, we would look at the area in the red line, hatched line there as being a possibility. So staff's recommendation in lieu of doing this is of expanding to include all of Block 13 would be to look at a larger, more historic or more encompassing historic district. Next slide, please. And I put on the slide a couple of pros and cons or advantages and potential disadvantages to doing this. And I'll just read through them very quickly and then wrap up. But the advantage is that doing a district represents best practices in terms of historic preservation. That's the guidance given by the National Park Service and the National Register of Historic Places, and briefs related to the management, designation, and assessment of cultural landscapes. Another important advantage to this is that staff believes it would allow time for the PRAB and the Landmarks Board to meet and plan collaboratively. Unfortunately, for one reason and another, not least of which is that the process for individual landmark designation happens very quickly from the time an application comes in to the time that you see it as City Council. With COVID and staff changes that have been occurring in the last year, that made that time much shorter. So a district would allow for additional public process because through the application process for designation of a district, there is more public hearing and actually the development of specific design guidelines for a district requirement, and that's a collaborative process. So staff thinks for all those reasons, that would be the preferred approach, and that is our recommendation. The disadvantages to a district is it is inconsistent with the Landmarks Board recommendation to expand just that block. And staff certainly takes very seriously, the Landmarks Board's thoughts, concerns, and recommendations. And then another potential disadvantage is not expanding the boundary today would mean that technically the area would not be subject to landmark alteration certificate review until district designation is commenced. And I will say that once an application is submitted, then it is dealt with as a landmark. And so it would need to go through the landmark alteration certificate process. That is, any changes that would occur in that potential boundary. Next slide, please. So my recommendation, or our recommended motion, is on the screen, and we have made as part of this recommendation, or part of this motion, I should say, the requirement that staff would be directed to make the process an application or a designation for a civic area historic district as a work program priority in 2023. And I should say that I wanted to be very clear with Claire Brandt that I work with, because she'll be here, and this is actually going to be my last visit to you as a city employee because I'm leaving at the end of this month. But we do have the capacity to do that in 2023 work program wise. And as part of the motion too, and Chris Meschuk suggested that we do add this language as well, because this is not in the memo, that the motion would include council directing staff to ensure that the Landmarks Board and Parks and Recreation Advisory Board are appropriately engaged in the park design process, and that the band shell is included in the design and continues to be a centerpiece in Central Park. That concludes my presentation, and I will stand for any questions you may have.
Thanks so much for that, James. And I'll just say I've heard so many presentations by you, and we'll be very sad to not get any more. And we'll say a few more words about that at the end of this item. But for now, any questions for James? Bob and then Tara.
Yeah, I will have a question, but James, I do want to add a personal note now, and I think we will have some more to say in a few minutes. It's been my honor and pleasure to serve with you, alongside of you, not only for the 7 years I've been on council, for many years before that. And you and I worked on a lot of projects together, and I really respect you and your team and all the work you've done for historic preservation through the years. And so we're gonna miss you sorely, and I personally wish you the best after you depart. I did have a question or two for you, James. I believe, and tell me if I'm wrong, that we do have, I think, 10 historic districts already in the city. Things like Chautauqua and Mapleton Hill and University Place and some other places. And each one of those also has historically designated structures in them. In other words, I think it's true, but tell me if I'm wrong, that we, in some instances, we designated historic structures or houses or buildings, and then we also designated a district later on. In other instances, we designated a district, but then we also designated properties within those districts. Is that true? I mean, is there kind of like there's a district umbrella, but there's also specific properties within districts that have been designated?
Yes, that's true. And actually, the first historic district, and I think people are surprised to learn this, is Floral Park. A neighborhood that was built in the 1940s. And at the time, it was not even 50 years old that it was designated. So, but yeah, to your question, the individual landmarks we're located all over town, and yes, districts have been formed around them over time. And that includes the buildings, the property they're on, and then the space between those properties too, to protect and recognize the context.
So we could do both of the things you're recommending. That is, or one of the things you're recommending. One of the things that has been submitted to us, that is, we could designate the rest of the band shell property as a landmark, but then we could do exactly what you're recommending. Ask the Landmarks Board and Parks Board to get together next year and to potentially designate the whole district, which and most of the buildings on the map in the east have already been designated, like the Atrium Building and the Tea House and the Cold Storage Building, but then also potentially, and I think the Municipal Building, but then also potentially create a district. In other words, we could designate this tonight, but we could also designate a district. It doesn't foreclose that. Is that right?
No, that's absolutely right.
Great. Thanks so much, James.
Thanks, Tara, Matt, Lauren, Rachel, Mark.
So James, isn't the band shell already landmarked and we're talking about the park part right now? Is that true?
Yes, the band shell and actually half of the block is landmarked.
Okay, so you did a pros and cons, which I thank you because I really do like pros and cons lists. They really help me decide. You didn't do a pros and cons though of why we would or wouldn't landmark the second. What would be the con of landmarking the second part of the park?
Okay, well, I think there's not necessarily a con to that. I think what the pro, and I would just emphasize this, is that it would provide time for the Landmarks Board and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board to meet to discuss the designation and the overall planning process for the civic area as part of the consideration of designation.
So if it's part park, or if it is all park actually, why wouldn't the Landmarks Board want to include the Parks Board? Or they just didn't want to wait?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily one board didn't want to include the other.
No, I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm trying to figure out why,
right.
You know, what happened really.
Well, and I'll defer to Abby, but you know, as I pointed out, the application or the letter came in August, and the Landmarks Board discussed it, and you know, after that, and as far as I know, the PRAB did as well, but there wasn't direct dialogue between the boards, and there probably should have been, and that, you know, I take responsibility for that.
Well, be landmark now. If we did what Bob Yates said, would the Parks Board be able to weigh in, or will they not be able to weigh in?
Well, they could weigh in, but it would be an after the fact sort of weighing in. And they did have some concerns, as you'll note in you know, the attachment that was there. And it seemed like most of those concerns could probably be explained through a dialogue.
Mm-hmm. I just want you to know that I'm a big fan of all of our historic areas, and I'm excited about the historic civic area as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just note, thanks for that, Tara, that we do have Allie Rhodes from the Parks Department here. And I think after Ms. Daniels from the Landmarks Board speaks, we're going to give Allie a chance to talk a little bit about what the Parks Board's concerns were. So stay tuned for that. Okay, Matt, Lauren, Rachel, Mark.
Thanks, Aaron. Actually, I really like the questions that have sort of come already from my colleagues. It's helping me refine my thoughts a little bit. I have a question, kind of an ex parte question. So I don't know if that's a question for now or maybe later. But I'm really curious as to what that means in this instance, because normally I'm used to ex parte being like a developer or a property owner, but it seems like in this, these are questions of ourselves. And so are these dialogues with staff? Are they dialogues with Landmarks Board or Parks Board or council colleagues, or worse off, internal monologues? So So I'm curious what does ex parte mean here? As once that question gets asked, I kind of just want to know where that resides and what the boundaries are.
Well, you'd think after all this time, I would have known to ask you to reveal ex parte before I started, but I didn't. I wanted to do it. So. But I defer to, sorry about that. I defer to the city attorney's office in terms of, what you're revealing, but I think it's communication that, might bias a decision.
I'll jump in. This is Teresa Taylor Tate, city attorney. Yeah, this is, you're right. It's unusual because we're the applicant. And so if you've had conversations that are substantive in nature prior to this, it would be a good idea to disclose those and then also disclose on the record whether you can still be objective or not.
And I'll share the apologies for not getting that done here, but why don't we finish our staff questions and then we'll go to ex parte reveals. Thanks for that, Matt.
Yeah, and thanks for clarifying, James and Teresa. I appreciate that.
Good. Lauren, Rachel, and Mark.
Thank you. So we've talked about the similarities between the landscape as planned and the landscape as it currently is. But when I look at those photos, I see some mature, like what looks like more lines of mature trees in the historic photos versus what I see now is sort of more random trees all over. And then I was also noticing in the drawings, it looks like they're all shown as the same type of tree versus, now we see a more of a variety of tree type species than what to me those drawings implied. And so I was wondering, have we done a tree inventory? What of the existing trees actually were part of the original landscape? How many of the new trees are matching the specifications or, replanted versions of the trees as they were originally?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I will say that, and Ali can speak more about this, but the historic preservation plan that Parks and Rec is currently working on, being prepared by Mundus Bishop, who is a very well-known landscape architectural firm, but also landscape architectural historian firm, and they have done a lot of work at Chautauqua as well. There is an inventory, I think, of those trees. But I will say, too, that I think that's part of what's different about landscapes, too, is that they do evolve, recognizing that you're talking about organic matter, right? You're talking about trees that come and go and die and grow. And there is also, what's practical and what works in the climate. And I think we've found that, and I'm not a landscape architect or an arborist, but Mapleton Hill was named precisely because it was planted with silver maples. And we've since found that silver maples really just have a tough time in our climate. So, so I think that's just part of the evolution of the landscape.
And this might be a question for Ali later as well, but I was wondering about the embankment condition and how that was historically done versus how it is now, if that's evolved. I'm the paths are somewhat different. I'm trying to sort of latch on to what exactly, other than it being sort of generically trees with grass under it, are the qualities of the historic landscape that we are preserving.
Well, I do think it's the trees, as you pointed out. It's the lawn area, which was intended to be a great area for people to gather to watch performances and to recreate. And then I think the ditch at the southern boundary as well. And that weir, it may have been rebuilt at times over time, but I think it is pretty close to what was there historically. I think the steps may have gone. The paths certainly have changed over time, but there have been paths there for gosh, close to 100 years.
And then in your presentation, you mentioned as one of the possible disadvantages that this wouldn't, I forget what exactly the wording was. One of the cons, I think, was about things not needing to go through a landmark alteration review. Do we have any, I mean, this is a city property that's in a significant floodplain. Are there development projects that we're expecting in the next 2 years in this location?
Well, I might let Ali answer that question. She can do that better than me, I'm sure.
So the development in that area is guided by the City Council approved civic area master plan, and it includes development that extends for the park.
Ali, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but do you mind introducing yourself, please?
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I forgot. Folks, I'm Ali Rhodes. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation for the City of Boulder. So Central Park is the park that we're talking about, Block 13, and it is included in the Civic Area Master Plan. Developing phase 2 of that project is included in the 2021 voter approved community culture resilience and safety tax. As outlined in that master plan, that next phase would include the park that is east of Broadway.
And what kind of modifications does that include?
That's a really great question, Lauren. So the Civic Area Master Plan is really well done and highlights how, I think James used these words earlier, that the civic area is the civic heart of Boulder. It's the green heart of Boulder, right? I think our friends downtown and on Pearl Street, that certainly could be our in so many other ways, also the heart of Boulder, but the civic area is close to it. And it's our biggest green space in what is a very dense neighborhoods. And so at its heart, and as outlined in the Civic Area Master Plan, it's a park at its core. And so what we could expect in that area is just revitalization of the park. There's parts of it that are dreary and could use with some activation, and what does it look like to activate that? So, but I think the key thing to call out here is related to this conversation is that the Civic Area Master Plan calls out for, I mentioned the park at its core, but both maintaining and where you can expanding green space in this area. So details of path alignment, mobility, and connectivity is a key guiding principle of the Civic Area Master Plan. So there would be conversations about, especially with the development, the 13th Street underpass that was not developed when the Civic Area Master Plan was approved in 2015. The atrium was not a landmarked building in 2015. We had not had a pandemic in 2015. And so since then, I think our Arts in the Parks program that was so successful last year and has continued this year has shown that the band shell really can be a vibrant part of the civic area. So all of those would be factored in what is developed, but at the end, they would be guided by the Civic Area Master Plan.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren, Rachel, and Mark.
Okay, thanks. And James, I just want to echo, I will miss you. So I'm sorry to read that in the email that you were leaving. So I wanted to clarify, council looked at this in like 1996 and then sort of nothing until we got a letter from Friends of the Bandshell in 2021. Is that accurate?
Oh, well, they did look at the area and they designated that half. But they chose not to expand it to the whole, and it had to do with the location of the trains, apparently.
Was it the 1996 council's intention that it would be revisited and landmarked the second area, or had they decided like something different?
I think it was the intention of the landmarks board that it should be revisited once the train left. That's my understanding.
And when did that happen?
When the train left, that's a good, Ali, when did the train leave?
I would be guessing sometime in the decade of the 2000s, and I can find the exact year.
That's okay.
It was a little later than that. You might remember there was a couple of fires in the trains, and then I think we actually took them down to Golden around 2012 or 13. I'm probably off by a year, but Chris, do you remember?
I don't remember either, but it's somewhere in that range because I remember the conversations and I remember when we pulled the trains out of the park. So we'll find it.
That's fine. I was just trying to understand the history of like how we got from 96 to 25 years later. And then following up, I think on maybe Lauren's thread, James, you said earlier, pointed at Chautauqua, like change can still occur, and that's sort of a misperception or misconception of landmarking, which was interesting, and that's helpful to conceptualize for me. And that change does occur where these spaces are landmarked. So if we were to landmark this, maybe this is a question for both James and Allie, what does that stop from happening from the park side? Like what change can't happen then? Or is it just that it's another step of review that's a little bit cumbersome? I assume we're not marking every blade of grass as an example here.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of an open-ended question, but I think something like moving the band shell, for instance, but I mean, it's already landmarked, right? But that's, keeping the essential character of the place, doing changes that allow for evolution and, enhanced use, but does that in a way that honors and respects and is consistent with, the historic design and the historic intent of the design. So, but that, I know that's kind of vague, but it really depends.
Allie, anything to add from the parks side on sort of what, if we landmark it, what does that stop or how does that angle you?
I think I agree with James that it's hard to say specifically what it could stop, right? I mean, I think what it ensures is that any design considerations, any future programming would be reviewed in addition to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, because by charter their purview includes capital expenditures on parkland, that the Landmarks Board would also be involved, which I think, the verbiage in the memo, it would ensure that any changes are in character with the historic nature of the area. The most recent example we have in our system, James shared the Colorado Chautauqua, the entire site is historic. So recently refurbished the playground. It's incredible. It didn't stop that, right? It just adds to your point. I'll leave. It adds another layer of view to development in the park.
And Allie, I think that even included the addition of the fourth Flatiron, right? The playground. Isn't there a new Flatiron?
Correct.
The climbing structure, yeah.
Yep.
That was a little joke, but yeah.
It's like, wow, I don't understand how that happens. Okay, I guess maybe another, and maybe nobody knows this off the top of their head, but have there been situations where Parks property is landmarked and the landmark board has said no to something that Parks wanted to do? So I assume Parks is already trying to keep it within the character like that makes that area wherever we're talking about, because we have such a great Parks department.
I think that's a good assumption, and it's a documented guiding principle of the civic area master plan, which, as I noted earlier, is going to guide the development in that site. And I'm distracted. this train question's bothering me that I don't know the answer. So I can't wait till you get that and shout it out. I'm going to let it go because I think I'm going to go with it's been more than a decade. Yeah, I've been more closely involved with the land side of our operations for about that same decade. I can't think of an example, but the two properties that are currently, in addition, we have 13 cultural and historic properties. And in your memo, it talked about our historic places plan that we're working on to make sure that we have detailed and thoughtful treatment recommendations for those properties. And so it's not our intent to do anything outlandish or out of character at any of our sites, and certainly at our historic sites.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I think that my last question tethers back to Bob's first question, which is, if we don't go with staff's recommendation and landmark this tonight, what does that somehow hamper the next phase that staff is excited about? And I guess part of why I would be wondering about that is because, we kind of lapsed from 96 to 2022, and we do have a lot of staff turnover right now in landmarking. So let's say we weren't able to do this in 2023 and maybe didn't want this to continue moving across councils to reconsider and reconsider. Is there something, if we did do this, that would just hamper the district or tie staff's hands in some really difficult ways? I think that's to James.
Okay, no, I don't think it would. I think it's primarily because we like to look at things holistically and look at how this can fit into the larger whole, but expanding the boundary wouldn't preclude that from happening. And then the other point is just to allow for more time and more collaboration, I guess, is the best way to put it, between the boards.
I appreciate that. Okay. Oh, Allie?
Yeah, I was just going to add to that. Earlier, there were comments about the process, and I want to acknowledge the PRAB was not engaged in this until January, and that is absolutely on us. I think that part of, if there's a perception of discord, again, they didn't take, an action on this, was that there wasn't time for thoughtful conversations. They're used to parks and recreation projects where there is out loud, in place public engagement, whereas with landmarking, it's through, the board conversation. And so some of their concerns were just really around the process. And to James' point, I think we've learned a lot through this conversation. We certainly would love for things to go a little bit differently. So I'll just stop there and say that I think we can keep doing better.
Thanks, Allie. That's all my questions.
Mark and Nicole, and back to Tara.
Okay, thank you. James, I also wish you the best. I would hope you would miss us a little bit, but not nearly as much as we're going to miss you. Only 2 or 3 questions. First, is there any distinction between being in a historic district and being a landmark in a historic district? And is that distinction, if there is such a distinction, what is it?
Yeah, there is and there isn't, and that sounds like a bit of a wishy-washy answer, Mark. But I would say that buildings and features that, because it's much more than buildings in all our districts that are contributing, are landmarked things. So when an individual landmark is considered, we look at what the features are and sort of consider, how they might be managed. In the context of a historic district, you actually can do that in a more detailed way, because you can say, well, that building or that sign or that walkway might not be historically important, and then design guidelines to acknowledge that and to be more specific about the change that can occur. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I guess my point would be that landmark properties and properties that comprise a historic district are of equal value.
Since this piece of property is part of sort of as Ali said, the civic heart of Boulder, is there any possibility whatsoever that if we did not landmark it tonight, it would somehow be subject to any other use or development other than as a park? Or to put it another way, is there any possibility that the end game here is something other than a landmarking of this property? And if there is, can you tell us what it might be? If there's not, I think that's reassuring, but if there is, I'd like to understand what that potential might be.
Well, maybe I'd defer to Allie in terms of what could happen there, but I think she said I think the civic area master plan talks about the green and expanding the green, if anything, and not, so I think at one point you asked whether there might be a Costco or something happening there, and I think that's not going to happen, probably. And so, yeah, Allie, I don't know.
I think the possibility of something that is parkland in the heart of Boulder becoming something other than that is is very, very low. If I were a betting person, I would bet $0 on that possibility. I'll note that by charter, the disposition of any parkland has to go through an incredibly robust process that I don't see happening here in this town.
And one of the goals that was stated for kicking this off to a 2023 historic district conversation is the opportunity for PRAB and landmarks to have a conversation about this. How could that conversation affect its ultimate use? I mean, it seems to me that it's an either or. Either it's going to be landmarked or it's not, and I'm not sure that a subsequent conversation is going to change that dynamic.
I'll offer that I think it might provide more assurance that Parks and Recreation, as guided by the advisory board, certainly they have an advisory role, is going to fulfill the intent of the Parks and Recreation master plan. That's the work. And so I think that was staff's recommendation to the Landmarks Board in November, that you allow time for the historic places plan that I mentioned earlier. It's going to provide specific treatment recommendations for each of these parks. And our work is focused on that. And so the request for more time in November was to let these play out so that their findings can inform the conversation. It wasn't ever a conversation about whether or not to landmark. It was about timing and capacity.
Yeah, I agree with that. And just to add to that too, not to pound the design guideline thing too much, but they really can, through that conversation, design guidelines can be developed to allow for the owner. And this is whenever we do a historic district, and there's usually multiple owners, they have input into what they want to see and how that district is going to be managed over time. So that can be expressed through design guidelines, and that can be very useful, especially in the context, I think, of the civic area master plan, which is quite broad still, very good, but I think it's quite broad. So this would create a little bit more definition. Could.
Yeah. Okay. I'll save the rest of my comments for comments. Thank you.
Nicole and Tara.
Thank you. James, I'll just echo everyone's best wishes in your next endeavors, and thank you for your time here. I think I'm still just a little bit confused about why this sort of sense of urgency to do it this year versus waiting until next year, when it seems like there may be more capacity and time for some longer conversations. Because if I'm understanding this correctly, we have master plans that are kind of guiding the thinking about how all of this should unfold. So I just don't quite understand why there's a push to do it right now when there's some staff capacity concerns and some engagement that folks would like to do.
So was that a question for James?
Yes.
James, do you mind responding to that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, Abby Daniels is here and she might be able to respond to that question, because our recommendation is a bit different in terms of that. So I don't know if now would be the time or not, but.
Well, why don't we get through our questions for staff, and then we'll have that up in just a minute. Is that all right?
Thank you. Yep, that's fine. Thank you. I wasn't sure who it was for, so thanks.
Thank you. All right, let's see if we can wrap up. Tara, you're back for another question.
Real quick, what happened was I was waiting with bated breath about the discussion about the Chautauqua Park, which, Allie, as you know, as I used to be on parks, and I miss you, is my favorite part, even though I'm probably not allowed to give you my favorite part. So do you mind just taking 1 second, and I'm so sorry to make you repeat this. What would we be able to do something? What was the discussion about before my computer froze on Chautauqua Park, and what does it have to do with this discussion? And I guess that's my question. Do you mind just repeating that real quick?
Yeah, I was just sharing that as an example, as James did in his presentation, that it is a historic district. There's land. I'm probably bungling the words here. It is basically landmark, right? But yet it is evolving. We just refreshed the playground, as you're aware, as your grandchildren are aware, and that went through a landmark review to make sure it was in character with the historic nature of the site. And so it was sharing that as an example that landmarking doesn't mean a site can't evolve. It provides an additional layer of oversight.
Okay. Well, it looks like that wraps up our questions for staff. Really appreciate all those answers. And Abby Daniels, Chair of the Landmarks Board, thanks so much for joining us tonight. If you wouldn't mind saying a few words about the Landmarks Board decision and thinking. I apologize, I didn't give you much notice. Is Abby still in the meeting?
I am checking. Abby is, oh, but it looks like she must have dropped off because she's back in the attendee list. Abby, you should be on your way too. There we are. Hi, Abby.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. I've been dropped out of this meeting a couple of times since I'm out of town. And in fact, I may follow the mayor's lead and turn off my video while I speak to you all. Thank you. As the elected stewards of Boulder's irreplaceable historic and cultural resources, on behalf of the Landmarks Board, thank you for your dedication, your countless hours, and your service. As staff's memorandum states, the design landscape identified in the 1995 Boulder Bandshell Historical Study and confirmed by consultants Mundus Bishop this year are existing, and expansion of the boundary to include all of Block 13 would be consistent with the National Park Service's guidelines for evaluating historic designed landscapes. Staff's memo goes on to say the Landmarks Board's recommendation on April 6th is based upon the findings that including all of Block 13 will protect and enhance a property important to Boulder civic history. As you all know, all of Block 13 is a historic, cherished community amenity in the heart of Boulder. This area continues to play a vital role as both a place of respite and a gathering place, hosting everything from ballet performances to movies, to memorial services, to vendor spaces for the farmers market and wildly popular festivals. The amended designation for the expanded boundary will retain the original intent of the park design and honor both Sacco DeBoer and Frederick Law Olmsted Jr.'s contributions to Boulder. When the Glenn Huntington Bandshell was originally designated in 1995, the proposed boundary, including Block 13, was deferred because of the trains that once stood in the park. The Landmarks Board received a request in August of 2021 from Friends of the Bandshell to finally amend the designated boundary as proposed 27 years ago, since the trains have long been removed. It was a very simple, straightforward request. There was an overwhelming groundswell of public support to expand the boundary from the community, including Historic Boulder, our premier nonprofit dedicated to historic preservation, celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. As well, we heard from former planning preservation staff, former Landmarks Board members and chairs, former council members, and a former mayor. Quite a few of the letters and public comments were from people who played a vital role in the 1995 designation. Per the Boulder Revised Code, once the initiation was voted on unanimously by the Landmarks Board in November of 2021, the designation hearing must be held within a very specific time period. It was not a matter of rushing things. We are bound by the code. One difference with preservation staff, with all due respect, is incidental in that we initiated the action before we were told of any overriding planning initiative, and that we should have been at least advised of these things earlier in the process. The Landmarks Board does welcome and look forward to greater collaboration between city departments and boards in the future. However, the Landmarks Board, up held the ordinance requirement to make a decision within the time frame. The expansion clearly meets the criteria, and James' excellent presentation spoke to that. And it is eligible per the staff's own conclusions. So the question really does appear to be one of timing. The Landmarks Board has not discussed the historic district in any meaningful way, other than a few questions directed to staff about whether the expanded boundary and the historic district could be determined separately. They can and they should be. We focused on the request to add all of Block 13 to the designated site of the Glen Huntington Bandshell. I personally am concerned about delaying this designation and tying it to a potential historic district, especially before the boundary is resolved. While such a designation would showcase the growth and development of Boulder over many decades, the scope, large footprint, and lengthy public process will take considerable time and resources. The amended designation to expand the boundary is simply an up or down vote by council tonight. I think it is imperative to vote on the inclusion of Block 13 before such a process commences to create a historic district. Additionally, I personally voted to forward this designation to City Council now because it is critical to make a determination before the historic preservation plan is completed through the State Historical Fund and the grant is closed out. Additionally, with the passage of the Community Culture Resilience Fund safety tax in last November's election, the boundary should be determined prior to the allocation of funds and the planning process begins in earnest for the east bookend. The boundary expansion does not preclude development of the site, as has already been discussed, but it does require review. This is typically accomplished during our weekly Landmarks Design Review Committee meetings that approve landmark alteration certificates in an efficient, timely, and collaborative manner. As the 200th anniversary of Frederick Law Olmsted's birth was celebrated this year across the nation, I share this quote: "The most essential element of park scenery is turf, broad, unbroken fields, because in this, the antithesis of the confined space of the town is most marked." And so I appreciate Allie's remarks about parkland and preserving as much of it as we can. Although it was his son who brought his father's legacy to Boulder, both Olmsteds embraced the promise of parks as a social force that would become amenities in city lives for decades, such as Central Park. In Olmsted Senior's views, parks offered an exquisite kind of healing power. He idealized them as literal common grounds forging communities where all were welcome, regardless of social economic status, age, race, creed, or gender. I direct your attention to the alternative motion to amend the designation boundary on page 16 of staff's memorandum. And with that, I want to thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration. And I know that the chair of the Landmarks Board, when we went through this process before tonight, is also on this call if you have any questions of either of us.
Thanks so much for that, Abby. Appreciate that information and for your presence here tonight. And also to your colleague, John Decker, for being present here as well. Thanks to both of you. Do we have questions for our Landmarks Board representative? I think Nicole had one. And Nicole, do you want to come back to that?
Yeah, just really trying to, and thank you, Abby, for that presentation and joining us tonight. Just really around why the kind of urgency when there are master plans and things that are guiding, how this area will unfold in the coming years.
I don't think that it was the urgency we felt. I think it was the process codified in the Boulder Revised Code that gets triggered once an initiation hearing happens. And in fact, we did extend, when it was voted unanimously to hold a designation hearing on November 3rd, we actually should have held the hearing by March 3rd, and we went ahead and extended a month. So it's more that we're bound by the timeline that is triggered when the initiation process occurred.
Okay, and so it's sort of in response to the initial application that came forward. That is what is kind of guiding this now. I mean, I guess I'm just curious why the Landmarks Board wanted to kind of put this. Was it just to move this application forward versus just saying, no, let's wait on this until next year when we have a little more time to work on it?
I think it was the process as designed in the code, but also, and I think you are all about to hear this, the overwhelming support from community members that swayed some Landmarks Board members that this was actually long overdue, and that because the intent was always to revisit this after the trains were removed. We feel the time is now, and I think many members of the community share that feeling.
Can I just ask one follow-up question, Erin? Is that okay?
Sure.
On that topic? And I'm just curious about the engagement process. I know, as a city, many years ago, we kind of developed this engagement process for making sure we're hearing from lots of different folks in the community. And so did the engagement process that you're talking about, did it follow the city's kind of standard engagement process, or was it just people kind of hearing about this moving forward, and so they were writing in to Landmarks about it?
Well, I value Parks and Rec's very robust public process, but the Landmarks Board also has a very public process. Things are noticed, signs are placed at properties before public hearings and everything. So I think that people were well aware, especially in whether they were neighbors, members of the preservation community, or people who had actually been involved with the designation in 1995 of the Glen Huntington Bandshell. So I think it was that people just, it just sort of spread. It was a groundswell. And I think people just knew that because we do have public process and as well. And we do get a lot of responses from the public. And I think that when Franz and the Bandshell submitted this request, we took it up, as I think we had a responsibility to do. And I think James touched on it is unfortunate. And, I applaud all of your work too. It's very challenging during a global pandemic. And, we've made fits and starts and kind of moved forward, moved backward and so forth. And even though the letter was submitted August 27th to city staff, Landmarks Board actually didn't receive the letter till September 28th. So I think with everybody doing their best efforts and, good faith with everything, it just sort of didn't travel the smoothest path it could have.
Great, thanks for that, Abby. Any other questions for Abby or John? All right, seeing none, thanks again so much for being here. I appreciate you lending your perspective and for your service to the city on the Landmarks Board. So next, Allie, I'd like to check in with you. We've already heard some things from you, but do you want to give a brief additional overview of what the Parks Board's concerns were?
Sure. They're summarized in the memo, I believe, and I don't know the page number off the top of my head. The one point I want to be super clear is that we tried to be very clear with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, their role on this matter. There was no action similar to the 1995 conversation for the original landmark. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Board was consulted and provided input for the Landmark Board's consideration. So really there were three categories. One was just around the timing. I think generally they were aware that staff had requested that, and I want to be clear to your question, Nicole, the question is more about the workload to explore thoughtfully and prepare for Landmarks Board and Council to landmark. At this point, the work is done, whether to landmark or none, we've done that work. So the capacity question at this point is more to James's conversation. Could you thoughtfully explore more holistically the historic district? But so Prab thought that made sense and would have appreciated, given they're very clear about our workload and capacity. And so I think that they expressed support for that recommendation. Second, they had concerns just about what it means for as a precedent for when parks can be eligible for landmarking and what it means, given that the park is already landmarked through what I would suggest. And I agree with, certainly, I appreciate Abby Daniels' passion for parks and parkland and what it does for community, especially in light of Frederick Law Olmsted's 200th birthday, which has just been celebrated. Research has proven what he just instinctively knew. And you all know that I could talk about parks all day long. I'll get back on subject here, that the Parks Board just had questions. And again, this goes back to, I think, the engagement. When there was the initial initiation in August, they were not, I think that the Landmarking Board talked about it in September. There wasn't a conversation with PRAB then, nor was they in November when the Landmarks Board. So we brought it to them in January saying, hey, wait, before this goes for vote for landmarks and with council, we want the PRAB to have the opportunity to private input. And at that point, things were moving quickly. I know some of the Friends of the Ban Shell offered a tour with COVID limitations, staffing limitations. We weren't able to do that. So that, all those words, to long story short, there were questions about process. And then there are certainly questions about motive, just given that there is a civic area master plan that had very robust community engagement, intentional outreach, multi-board engagement. The civic area master plan outlines the roles of the various boards. The Landmarking Board will absolutely already have a role in any conversations about Central Park, because the Ban Shell is a part of Central Park and is landmarked.
Thanks. That's very helpful, Ali. Any follow-up questions for Ali before we go to the public hearing? All right, seeing none. Well, let's just take this moment to ask for people to disclose any ex parte communications, which is a little fuzzy. I've visited this area of the park many times. I've talked to city staff many times. I think we can all say the same. But I guess if you felt like you've had a substantive conversation with a community member that you feel prejudices you in this matter. Mark?
I don't feel it prejudices me. I've had conversations with staff, colleagues, and I have spoken to Abby Daniels previously, but I don't think that's going to prejudice my judgment on this.
Great. Thanks so much. Anybody else? Okay. Alicia, are we cleared to go to the public hearing?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, very good. Brendan, did you want to read our public participation guidelines? Would you mind, since we got a few speakers here?
Sure, and if Emily wouldn't mind sharing those slides, that would be great. Thanks, Emily. All right, so as many of you know, but some of you may be new to our process, we have engaged with community members to co-create this vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. We strive toward a vision that supports physical and emotional safety for all of our community members, our staff, and for council members, as well as supporting democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experience, and political perspectives. For more information about the vision, you can go to our homepage, bouldercolorado.gov, and search Productive Atmospheres in the search box. Next slide, please. The following are some examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that we use at the city to support this vision. These will be upheld during the meeting and this public hearing tonight. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business and in particular this issue. No participant shall make threats or other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. And participants are required to sign up to speak in advance, as each of you have, and use the name you're commonly known by. And individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. I've checked and you each are. Thank you so much for that. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted at this time. Thank you, Mayor. With that, we are ready to begin the hearing.
Great. So we have 9 people signed up to speak, so each person will have 3 minutes. And our first 3 speakers are Catherine Barth, Payson Sheets, and Leonard Siegel.
Catherine, you should be able to speak.
Okay. Did I do it? Yes. Hello, everybody. I'm sorry I only have 3 minutes because I think I could answer quite a number of the questions that Lauren and Nicole and Rachel and others had, but I will try and give you a background. I'm representing Friends of the Bandshell, and we put in the application in August. And the reason we put the application in was quite practical, and we wanted the site to be joined so that with the new funds that had been approved by the voters, we did not want the bandshell and its site to be divided, or half of, how would you do that? Also thinking about grants, if there is a split in the site, you really can't write a grant to, for example, look at the trees, which is something I would love to do, and that's down the road a bit. But we had one tree walk with someone from the forestry department, and it was absolutely fascinating. I mean, such interesting work. The Olmsted drawing, there are two Olmsted drawings, and I saw these in Carnegie Library just this last week. One is from 1916, and it has a plant list on the drawing, and you can see where plants were supposed to go. There is another drawing of 1924, which has a drawing, but there's no plant list. And they say that the plant list was on a typewritten attached sheet. So almost 100 years later, I'm doubtful that we'll ever find that, but it certainly would be very, very interesting. As far as Saco de Boer is concerned, in 1937 and 1938, when he was preparing for the planting of the bandshell, he had a number of meetings with the Parks Board. And it was very, very interesting because he came with his list of desired trees and plants, and then the Parks Department would release money for him to buy these trees and these plants. So there's a lot of very, very interesting information, and ours was pretty much a practical thing. We wanted the site to be joined, and we wanted it to go together through whatever process might be for funding or design or anything else. We didn't want to split. Now I'm coming to the end of my time. There was a solution that our city attorney, all right, I don't know if—
I apologize, your time is up, but we really appreciate your testimony and your work on this matter. Thank you. Now we have Payson Sheets, Leonard Siegel, and Deborah Yen.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Payson Sheets. I was born in Boulder in 1944, and I'm still here 78 years later. I have a lot of time depth in that area that I want to share, but I want to start early. I have very fond memories dating back to the late 1940s, the 50s, and into the 60s, where from our neighborhood, centered at Grant and Euclid, had multiple neighbors, families having picnics, especially Saturdays, but often on Sundays and almost always on holidays. We would play, here I'm talking when I was really young, we'd play with other kids that we hadn't known before. And one thing that happened regularly is after kids from different families were playing together, the parents would get together, get to know them, and we ended up with long-lasting friendships from that. What I want to do is get to an issue in the present day, but the bandshell was involved, and it was wonderful out there in the grass. I'm an anthropologist now, professor at CU, and one thing we know, this is general knowledge, that all countries, all cultures where there is diversity, the people in the dominant groups, the outsiders, as inferior, they discriminate against them, they feel threatened. But the experience that we had is now happening in the farmers market. there's a huge change now. Multi-ethnic, multiracial groups are using it. I hear Spanish, I hear other languages from Europe. People are sharing experiences and pleasures, and from that comes understanding and inclusion. And so I feel very strongly, if you stand for inclusion, you're opposed to discrimination, and let's landmark this property now to give it a solidity, and the lawn can continue with families meeting. I see families from different races, different languages getting together because their kids play together. The children are the catalysts in this, and the adults then follow behind as a silverback male. They're the slowest to accommodate to this, but they do it. So we've got something going on that does not need any outside authority, control from above. It's a natural process, and let's landmark it right now.
Thank you, Payson. Appreciate your comments. Next, we have Leonard Siegel, Deborah Yin, and Patrick O'Rourke.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, this is Len Siegel. I'm speaking on behalf of Historic Boulder. I'm the executive director, and as was mentioned earlier, we are celebrating our 50th anniversary in preserving important sites in Boulder. And I thank you, City Council members, for deliberating on this, and staff, both landmarks and parks, on your serious approach to this. Just to kind of circle back on some of the things that have already been said, Mr. Hewitt said that he did not oppose the designation. He just thought it should be delayed, and until a civic area historic district was achieved. And Historic Boulder would be in favor of such a district, but we don't think the inclusion of the picnic listening lawn with the landmark bandshell area should be held up pending some future landmark district. Another reason to designate it as an individual landmark is that it has a better chance of getting grant funds than if it was just a part of a historic district itself. The other thing is that staff said that the city staff would like to have more time with Parks and Landmarks Board, and yet you've heard that the process followed the correct timeline. So, and if you think about it, this process started in the 1980s when Judge Holmes and his wife June started talking about this park. I was involved in 1995 as the applicant to get the bandshell landmarked. And so that was 27 years ago. So it's not like we don't really know, and we haven't known that this is an important parcel of land and that it really should be reconnected with its full property boundaries. Parks also said that they wanted to delay this until after the Historic Places Plan was completed, but Alley Road said that really over the past 8 months, most of that work has already been completed with recommendations for an improved lighting, better sound, shading, and accessibility to the stage. All of those things could be modified within the guidance of the landmark. And another thing that the Parks Department said was it would be a bad precedent to landmark a park. And we already know that there are precedents that around the country, and also most recently with the Legion Park that was designed by Saco de Boer out on Arapahoe Road. So just to conclude, this property is like a three-legged stool, the legs being the bandshell, the tiered bench seating, and the picnic listening lawn. It isn't complete until all the parts are connected in the mind of the city, government, and in the perception of the citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn. Next, we have Deborah Yin, Patrick O'Rourke, and Lynn Siegel.
Hello, am I connected?
Yes.
Okay. Deborah Yin, former Landmarks Board member. First, I should correct my written comments, which confused Block 13 and the application's proposed boundary. It is the latter I urge council members to support. Here, I'll read part of the city's consultant Mundus Bishop's conclusion on the expanded boundaries eligibility, then give an example about how the Parks Advisory and Landmarks boards might work together if this application is successful. Review of historic photography and the analysis of integrity revealed a fuller extent of Central Park to be associated with De Boer's 1939 park design and subsequent evolution of the bandshell and setting during the period of significance than what is currently within the designated boundary. This additional area extends south of the designated boundary to Left Hand and Boulder Ditch. This space has the same historical associations and architectural significance as the current designation and retains integrity to the recommended period of significance. Skipping to the end, the historical and architectural significance of this space, which also retains integrity, suggests this area of the De Boer designed park and bandshell setting could be eligible for inclusion with the current designation. Let's say Parks or others decide to replace lampposts and relocate the bandshell to make room for a wide paved multimodal path. The latter change was in fact a proposal from the city in early bookend planning. Landmarks Board would suggest modern lampposts rather than the Art Deco style, a recommendation consistent with the preservation design guidelines. Landmarks likely would have great concern about a bandshell move because moving a landmark goes against best preservation practices. Landmarks might suggest a less impactful path that's sensitive to historical landscape design integrity. The final proposal from the two boards' combined inputs will certainly produce a better result, enhancing while protecting. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Next, we have Patrick O'Rourke, Lynn Siegel, and Mary Ellis.
Good evening. How are you today? My name is Patrick O'Rourke. I'm the Preservation Chair for Historic Boulder. One of our roles at Historic Boulder is to be an advocate for the preservation of historic sites throughout our community. The bandshell expansion is one of those sites. And the question keeps coming up is why now? Well, I listened to all the questions that City Council had for staff, and I didn't hear any negatives. I mean, the question was asked to staff, what's the negative issue of landmarking this now? And there wasn't one. So, you know, we brought this forward to the Landmarks Board in August of last year. It's 10 months later. The process is working properly, and the hearings are thoughtful, 4 or 5 hours long. January and February, the Parks and Rec brought it up at their meetings. All the meetings are recorded. I listened to them. I sat on both of those meetings, and I didn't hear any real objections to landmarking, and I heard objections to process. Well, the process was straightforward. And if a Parks and Rec board member wanted to hear the application, it was recorded and they could have gone back and done it. So I was just kind of disappointed that the answer for why should this not happen now is we need more time. The time is now. There's no reason to extend it. Staff has enough time to review it. Now, I want to take it to the next level. James Hewitt is leaving in 30 days. Marcy, who is the other preservation planner, left earlier this year. There's no institutional knowledge at the city council, at the staff, that even comes close after James is gone. Are we going to call James and ask him questions in 2023? It's just not going to happen. So I always thought the process was there, and it's been followed. And, you know, preservation in Boulder is not an accident. It's a thoughtful process. We're part of it. You're part of it. The Landmarks Board is part of it. The Friends of the Bandshell is part of it. And, you know, the thought process is there. So waiting, to me, makes no sense at all. And I don't think you're going to hear anybody objecting to this. And the capacity issues, I think, has been brought forward, and it's been addressed. So past that, I want to thank you for your times. And James, I want to thank you for an incredible presentation. I thought it was well done and thoughtfully and well balanced. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, Mary Ellis, and Susan Osborne.
Stop me if you can't hear it all. this seems like a big bureaucratical thing. And from my recall of hearing the discussions about the atrium and about the bandshell and such, it sounds like, oh, well, I was going to go ahead with waiting because I wanted to see this landmarking track down the city spaces along the creek and all the way up to Ebenfine Park and have it one contiguous thing. But we can do that later. The thing that changed my mind was Len Siegel's discussion of the fact that individual landmarking rather than district landmarking enables more funds to come to the space. And I really liked his discussion of the atrium project, which, I mean, the atrium exists there now, and it's just a super cool building. If you look on the back of your dollar bill, you see an eye at the top of a pyramid, and it means favor on endeavors. And then underneath it says another Latin thing that means it's the beginning of a new era, or a series of ages that begin anew. And it's on a dollar bill. And this used to be a bank, the atrium, and it's like pointed, just like a pyramid. And it has a open skylight at the top where the eye is. It's like just so cool. And I loved hearing about that from Lynn. And I thought the discussions around some of this seemed to be the area around the atrium being expanded out. And I am concerned about that area being expanded so that we don't get skyscrapers right next to the atrium. The plans for the atrium look really good, and it is all integrated with this whole civic area and the bandshell and such. So that's a concern. And also that, I don't know, the downside of the landmarking might be that toxic area. There was either a gas station, there's underground toxins, or from one of these healthcare research groups a bit east of town that had some toxic stuff right in that area where they do folk dancing by the Dushanbe Tea House. As far as why this is coming up now and then consideration of being delayed, I still don't really understand that. But
Lynn, your time is up. Thanks very much for your testimony. Next, we have Mary Ellis, Susan Osborne, and Robert Holfelder.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Mary Ellis. I'm on the board of Historic Boulder. As a landscape architect by training, I would like to address the design rationale for extending the landmark bandshell site to include all of Block 13. First, the original landscape design by Denver landscape architect Sacco de Boer covered the entirety of Block 13 as an integral part of the bandshell project. The berm that transects Block 13 and currently marks the bandshell site's southern boundary was actually part of the landscape, as shown by a topographical map of the site drawn by the Olmsted firm in 1917, more than 20 years before de Boer set pen to paper and incorporated the berm into his design. The train cars that were later parked atop the berm have long since been removed, and with them, any need to exclude the south half of Block 13 from the bandshell site. Secondly, the architectural movement that gave rise to the construction of numerous bandshells across America in the early 20th century included lawns as part of their design. These include the Naumburg bandshell in the middle of New York City's Central Park, Olmsted's crown jewel. All were created as public outdoor music venues surrounded by extensive lawns to accommodate seated concert goers, picnickers, and casual passersby as well. Our bandshell, while on the smaller side, was designed as part of this movement. Finally, the current truncated version of the bandshell site betrays its designer's intent of creating a cultural amenity in a natural setting that is open to the public. Far from welcoming public participation, the bandshell and stands today are cut off from the lawn portion of its original site by a fence, an obtrusive dividing line that constitutes a visual and physical barrier to public access. By restoring the original design, bounded by the bandshell on the north and the irrigation ditch on the south, the bandshell can once again constitute a public amenity as part of a landmark historic property. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Mary. Now we have Susan Osborne and Robert Holfelder.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. So this is Susan Osborne, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the extending the landmarking boundary to the full extent of the city block that the land bandshell was designed to include. I guess I wanted to start first by just commending Allie and the work of the Parks Department in really enlivening the bandshell in the past couple of years. Great credit goes to the Parks Department for the programming and really showing how important the bandshell can be, not only as the meeting place when important events and things to protest come up, but also as a place where there is happenings going on that everyone can participate in. So my name is Susan Osborne. I was on City Council for a while. I also served on the Parks Board and was chair of the board for 3 years. But I also was the city planner who back in 1985 led the staff team that developed the plan for the Boulder Creek Greenway. And one piece of that was Central Park. And it seems to me that the decision before you is a simple and positive step to expand the boundary. Much of the historic Sacre de Bois landscape is still in place on the lot, and it creates a frame for the bandshell. And it just seems to me, I guess I would just simply end by saying, to me, it just makes a lot of sense to get this one piece of what I hope will ultimately be an historic district that includes the whole civic area, but get this one piece down, and then hopefully we can begin applying for grants and being a part of the whole East End, East Bookend development in a way that will fit with the whole larger historic district of the municipal center. It just seems to me a simple thing to do, and I hope you'll make the right decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I will end the public hearing with Robert Holfelder.
Hi, I'm Bob Hofelder, a resident of Boulder since 1969. But tonight I'm pinch hitting for Mr. Kim Grant, the director of the Colorado Most Endangered Places Office of Colorado Preservation, Inc. He is on the road carrying out his responsibilities somewhere in the Eastern Plains, and he asked if someone could read his testimony to the council, and that someone is me. So Mr. Grant writes, as the Endangered Places Program Coordinator for Colorado Preservation, Inc., I have followed the developments around threats to the Glen Huntington bandshell and the related effort to expand the boundaries of the landmark district with great interest. As you know, the bandshell was placed on Colorado's Most Endangered Places list in 2016. At that time, the site was listed as being on, quote, alert, unquote, status. But last year, we moved it to that of, quote, progress, unquote, in reflection of the fact that the band shell itself did not appear to be threatened, and because the potential for expansion of the district seemed to be gaining momentum. The boundaries of the proposed expansion make sense, both in meeting the purposes of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, but also to protect the overall integrity of the site and its complementary Saco de Bois designed landscape that completes what should be viewed as one contiguous historically significant setting. For those reasons, I support the expansion of the historic district of the district boundary. Now, I personally echo Mr. Grant's sentiments. It is hard to imagine our city without its Central Park, which many people tonight have called the heart of Boulder, and I agree with that. So I urge the council to do everything possible to protect and enhance our park's historic integrity. The prospect for boundary extension is before you now. It seems very simple and very straightforward, and I've heard no one speak against it. So why delay it? Why go through this process again? Certainly the extension, I think, should have been done in 1995, and it certainly does not preclude the creation of a historic district if and when that ever occurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I see Councilmember Yates has his hand up. Bob, did you have a question for Bob?
No, I was just ready to start a discussion when the public hearing is done.
Great. Well, I'll get to you in a moment. So I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Thanks to everyone for their testimony. And I know at this point in the hearing, we would turn to the applicant for a response. What does that look like in tonight's context? Does anybody from the city have any comments to offer?
Well, this is the opportunity for, any of the city council members to respond to anything that was, any of the public testimony that was made, or if there are any questions.
Well, let me clarify. I mean, James, we're about to go into council discussion. I'm sort of referring to the quasi-judicial bit where the formal applicant responds to public testimony.
I'm sorry.
So I don't know, that's probably not relevant tonight. So maybe we can just say
probably not. Sorry for my misunderstanding.
No worries. Okay, so we'll say that's not relevant because the city is technically the applicant, and we will move into council discussion. So I've got Bob and Rachel and Mark teed up, and maybe we can have the timer removed so we can see each other.
Thanks, Aaron. I just want to maybe correct a potential misunderstanding about the chronology here. There was kind of an implication that this was landmark in 1995 or 1996, and then nothing happened until last August, and 25 years passed and people weren't doing anything. And that's just not true. The locomotive number 30 was removed in the summer of 2012, and we cut the ribbon at the Colorado Train Museum on August 4th, 2012. I was there with Al Bartlett, and we cut the ribbon on the loan, which may turn out to be a permanent loan of locomotive 30 in August of 2012. And that really kind of triggered the point where consideration could be made for extending the landmarking beyond where the train and the caboose had been and into the rest of the park to the south to the creek. Like Mayor Osborne, who spoke a few minutes ago, I was also a chair of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. We talked about this in 2012 and 2013. No action was taken at that point in time. And then Aaron, you and I both were elected to council in November of 2015. And almost immediately after I was elected to council, and I'm sure you too, I started receiving emails from friends of the bandshell seeking this extension of the landmarking. And so this has been a discussion, at least in my experience, that's gone on for 10 years. This is not something that came up last August or last year or a couple of years ago. This is something that's going on and on. It's come before the Parks Board. Obviously, it's been before the Landmarks Board. It's been a discussion that we've had for a decade now. And I am fully supportive of work next year or whenever we can get to it of a historic district. I don't think that landmarking this parcel of land forecloses that. As a matter of fact, if anything, it enhances that. And I don't think I heard anything tonight in the public hearing or in the presentation of staff to lead me to believe there's a reason not to landmark the rest of Block 13. So I will be supporting the landmarking with enthusiasm, and I will also be encouraging our landmarks board and our whoever's on our staff going forward, and the Parks Board if they'd like to participate in creating a historic district. But that certainly is not foreclosed by the landmarking of this parcel tonight, which has been talked about literally, in my knowledge, for at least 10 years. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. Rachel, Mark, and Lauren.
Thanks. One point I want to make is it's been said a couple of times that like there's been no explanation for a delay, and I think we do have that in the record. Like I think we've heard from Prab and Allie and the Parks team that there's a benefit to waiting and giving more time for this area to be looked at sort of holistically from the parks and new funding stream perspective. So I don't think that there's no reason to not landmark tonight. And I guess what it feels like a little bit is that it's an odd presentation that we have staff saying it's not the right time, and usually things come to us like through staff, and so I have a little bit of sense of like a tail wagging the dog here, where we're looking at something at not the right time when it would be better to look at this a year from now. So I would like us to consider, are there process changes that would maybe allow us to say ahead of a public hearing and 2 hours in, can we delay this for a number of months until other things happen? Because this process just feels very clunky and not best for the city of Boulder, nor for council, nor for everyone's time. So I just put that out there. I think that I have heard evidence that this is a spot that should be landmarked, and I don't like the timing of it. So I think the only possible compromise that I'm aware of is maybe there's a way to get 45 more days. If the landmark board agreed to delay, I guess that's a question for Allie, like, does buying that little bit of time create any benefits for the parks team? If there were agreement to do that, it may be such a short amount of time that it's futile, but I guess I would like to give that side the time to weigh in if it's helpful. More than anything, though, I'm not a fan of wasting the community's time or our time. We have so much on our plates. I don't want to see this again. If we're going to landmark it, I'd like to vote and landmark it tonight and not come back up. So if we can delay the vote for 45 days, if that's at all helpful, then that's what I would advocate for. But and that's why the tail wagging the dog situation doesn't make sense to me. If it's not the right time, I don't think it should have been brought to council. I don't know how to like intercept that timely going forward. So I guess a question for Allie, if she's there listening, is 45 days useful or like not enough?
Yeah, it's really not. And so, I mean, my input there would be if there is interest in landmarking, then I would, the investment has happened tonight. There's been a public hearing tonight. The request for time was in November. And so that this could align with other processes in the work plan. That ship's kind of sailed at this point. We've done this work to support the landmark board's conversation, the council conversation. The additional time would be to allow for the completion of the historic places plan, the HIP, and to have these civic area conversations. That won't happen in 45 days.
Yeah. Okay. I figured not, but just that was the only sort of time I was aware of. So to me, again, it doesn't feel helpful to have a public hearing on something that that I lean towards landmarking and to spend more time on it. So I don't like this process, but that's where I'm leaning. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. Mark, Lauren, Tara.
Rachel, I thought the same thing as you did, but I don't think it's going to be useful tonight. First, I give great weight to James's comments that landmarking is not an obstacle to the formation of a historic district and has no impact on the formation of a historic district. Then I looked for good reasons to delay this, and I looked at the staff memorandum where they kind of tortuously advanced three arguments. The first was a concern about the, quote, significance of the parcel in question, unquote, which is frankly absurd since the staff also acknowledges that the parcel meets every single test for designation. Then there was a concern over the reduced authority of parks to manage the parcel if it's landmarked. And I must say, I have every confidence that Ali and her department can meet that challenge and properly maintain this piece of property. And lastly was that a concern that landmarking would provide a precedent for a future call-up of parkland, when actually it only sets a precedent for parkland that meets the very specific criteria for designation, which staff acknowledges this does. In terms of delay, and we can process this matter to death, but I believe the designation will be universally supported, universally popular, and is an action that will cost the city zero. So in the absence of an actual substantive reason to put off this decision, I'm going to support the designation tonight because it does not impact anything else we're going to do with the historic district. So that's my 2 cents.
Thanks, Mark. Lauren and Tara.
Thank you, Aaron. So I love Central Park. We all do. I can often be found eating my lunch there, which maybe I should have disclosed, but no, just kidding. Will not sway my decision. In terms of the criteria, I understand that the argument staff is making and how landscape preservation might look different and fit the criteria differently than architectural preservation. But, one of the first things to preserve, protect, and enhance, because of this site status as a park in our community, this doesn't bring significant additional protection to it. As Ali said, to dispose of this property would be a huge process that is not going to move forward through our community. So this property is not at risk and in need of protection. I also question whether the landscape is truly still in the style that it was originally designed in. We talk a lot about the park area, and I agree that that is an important part, but where the trees are behind the band shell, some of them somewhat centrally located in the lawn, is not in alignment with what I see in terms of both the drawings and the historic photos. So in my mind, that along with some other things brings up this, also the fence. There are a number of things that would need to be modified in my mind to bring this back to the historic vision. And maybe that's something we should be looking at and talking with parks as we go through this process. A historic district versus a landmark are two separate things. And it is unquestionably true in my mind that this would be qualified to be part of a historic district. And through the historic district process, we would discuss what elements of the area really need protection, what's truly important and special about this region. And I would fully support us going through that process. I think that we should look at not only this block, but the block south of it as well. Because in my mind, this not only is this part of a bigger park space in how I experience the heart of Boulder, but this was part of a bigger vision by Olmsted. He did not design this was not intended to be a piece alone. It was intended to be part of a larger design element that wraps through our city. So I would really like to see us go through that full process and have the kind of public outreach and engagement that Parks does so well, and that type of historic process, that type of historic preservation involves. There's been a long history on this site of city departments working together. We heard someone talk about how the combined inputs provide a better outcome enhancing while protecting. And I fully agree in that vision. I think that by looking at this as a historic district, we can do that. And our city is excellent at getting funding. If we needed to landmark this now in order to secure funding for the preservation, I'm sure that that's something staff would have brought forward to us. So I support staff's vision and would really like to see us honor the recommendations of the landmark staff.
Thanks, Lauren. Tara in the mat. I'll call on myself.
As usual, I see both sides and I'm torn. It's kind of my motto. I have so much respect for Historic Boulder and their knowledge and professionalism, how much they know, the many decades they've been here, and their overall understanding of things. Also, I was on parks, and if I could change it, like I'd say like Rachel did, I would agree with that, because who knows more about parks than parks, right? So I would ask, even though I'm going to vote for for this, I would ask that you would involve parks. I don't even know if it's possible. I don't know enough about process. That parks would be, the Parks Department and the Parks Board would be an integral part of this going forward. And I don't know if that's possible. And I hope it is. That's all I really wanted to say.
Thanks, Matt, and then Nicole, and then I'll follow up.
Thanks, Aaron. I appreciate the really thoughtful comments from certainly those that gave testimony, but also my colleagues. One thing that I think well, let me sort of start a little differently. I fully support, in general, the landmarking and expansion of the bandshell. I mean, it is a treasure of our community, and it certainly meets those criteria. But with that said, if we were not sort of imminently discussing a historical district that would encompass these areas more holistically, I would say, yeah, 100%, let's go with it. It just seems like doing this right before we embark on that larger process, I struggle with that from a governance perspective, from a process perspective. So I'm very much wanting to see this end up where it needs to be. I just think that waiting 1 year doesn't hurt it. And Lauren said it right. This area isn't in threat. This area isn't going anywhere. This area isn't going to be changed. And so I don't see a need to have to sort of rush to do this now, right before we embark on that larger process. Again, if that larger historical district wasn't on the table, this would be a completely different discussion. But it's not, and here we are. So I'm going to support staff's recommendation to just wait till we have that more comprehensive conversation in parks, and more of the community gets to weigh in on that holistic vision for this historical district and what it looks like now, and certainly where it needs to look in the future.
Thanks, Matt. Nicole?
Yeah, thanks to everybody who spoke to us tonight. I do appreciate hearing everybody's connections to the area and what a community center it is. I am going to be, I feel very similarly to Lauren in this regard, that to me, that area really is a part of a bigger whole, right? I also don't see it. It's not going to go anywhere. It's an important part of our community. So, I'll support the staff looking into creating a bigger historic district and including the park in there. What I would appreciate in the process of doing that exploration is just giving some thought to the fact that this area has a really long history that extends well beyond the early 1900s, when this park was sort of first conceptualized and developed. And people have been on this land for many thousands of years. And when we're landmarking or making something historical, we tend to think about one really narrow range of the history of a place, when really it's much broader. And often that narrow range that we're focused on is really centered in a time of oppression. So I would love for us to think about as we're memorializing, as we're landmarking this area, how we can sort of move forward, recognizing the broader and sometimes much more complicated history that goes along with these spaces beyond what they were conceptualized as 100 or 50 years ago.
Thank you for that, Nicole. I'll pop in now if I may, and then a couple of people have raised their hand again. So I'll say that I think I really appreciate everyone's words and passion and advocacy on this topic. I'm going to turn my camera off to make sure I come through. I will say, I think we are in absolutely good hands with all paths forward. So I think we've got, this area is owned by our Parks Department, who behave impeccably and always keep in mind the larger health of our community and historical issues as well in their maintenance of it. I think the landmarking of it wouldn't prevent, most things that we might want to do from it. So we've got a landmarks team and a parks team and a community that all cares very much about the future of this space. I think the chance of it being anything other than a beautifully maintained park is zero. So I think we're in good hands all the way around. I think I thought Lauren put it well in terms of the holistic look. So I'm sympathetic to the landmarking of this area. Happy to do it at one point. I do feel like the process got a little bit tangled up. Everybody's trying to work together well here. I think I would defer to staff's recommendation, fully recognizing that we'll get through that, get a historical district, and then can come back to this question as necessary in a year or two, where hopefully we can kind of have a really smooth process. But I think, like I say, there's no downside or bad outcome, I think, tonight. So that's my 2 cents. And I've got Tara, Rachel, and Mark who want another speech, but let's try to move forward to a motion pretty quick here.
No, I didn't. I'm taking my hand down. Sorry.
Okay. Rachel, and then Mark.
Yep, I'll be quick. Just wanted to explain my vote with one additional piece of information, which is that I think we assume that this district plan is going to come together in the next year or two. And I find that often the city moves at a pace of molasses, and I don't know that that's on our, no, Chris, I saw you lift your head. I'm not judging. It's just like my experience that we're slow sometimes. So I don't want to presume that like we're going to kick this over to, especially with the landmarks department in undergoing some change, and there's just no guarantee of staff robustness, I guess, in any given department. And we often hear about like, adding to the work plan and taking things off. And I think we're maybe almost adding something and an expectation. And so I don't really think it's going to happen in the next year or two. And so then I think it's going to come back to another city council to vote on landmarking this plot again, which has been looked at since 1996. And I just find that inefficient. I think that it's okay by me to landmark it. So that's all I wanted to add. Thanks.
It's clear from Rachel. Mark?
I support what Rachel said, but I want to offer a thought as a potential compromise. If we're going to move this off for a year or so, will staff commit that at the end of that process, this parcel will be included as a landmark parcel, as opposed to not landmarking? That would make, I think, the landmarks community and myself, as a member of council, much more comfortable that the ultimate disposition of this parcel will be what we think it ought to be. But if you can't commit to that, then I need to know why, or I would like to know why.
Well, I can respond that, yeah, definitely it would be. I mean, I can't say in the end what the recommendation would be, or what you would do, or what the landmarks board would do. But I can say that block 13 at a minimum would be part of that designed landscape that's associated with the band shell. I think some references been made to the fact that it could even go further south to Arapahoe. And I do think that there's an argument to be made there. We just don't know enough about that now. But that would be part of the investigation that we do.
Well, the larger investigation I leave to you. I'm simply asking about this parcel that's up for landmarking tonight. Can you make a commitment that, well, despite the fact that you're leaving, can you make a commitment that upon the ultimate disposition of this historic district, this parcel will be recommended as a landmark?
That would be our recommendation, yes.
Okay.
Because it really does meet all the criteria for designation.
We're going to save this and be discussing it with you in a year or so.
Great. And I'll just note that thanks for that, Mark, that the proposed motion from city staff, it includes some words, not exactly to that effect, but about, a deep collaboration between parks and landmarks to get this to the best outcome possible.
Aaron, I guess I'm asking, can we go a little bit further than that language to get to a place where the landmark community has some assurance that at the end of all of this investigation and holistic analysis, that this will end up as a landmark piece of property?
So I might suggest, Mark, is I don't think, since the landmarking itself is a quasi-judicial hearing, I don't think we can necessarily guarantee the landmarking of it, but someone could add into the motion to say that, to request that the landmarking of Block 13 be brought back for Landmarks Board and Council consideration at the end of the historic district process.
How do we add that language in? I don't have the motion in front of me.
Well, so I wonder, could we get that, and not that we necessarily have to do this, this is just one of our options, but it might be helpful for the staff to bring up that language from the proposed potential motion.
And before we do that, I don't presume that my colleagues will be supportive of that, so we would need to weigh in on that.
Sure. Just, I don't know if it's possible to come to that point in the presentation where that was posted. There it is. So if council were interested, this motion could be made with an addition of a sentence at the end, requiring that the landmarking of Block 13 be brought back at the end of the process. So we've had some good discussion here. Does anybody want to offer a motion in this direction or another one? Bob?
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to landmark, and we'll just see where the chips fall, because it sounds like council's pretty split in this. I've lost plot and counting votes, so I think it's 5-4 one way or the other. So let me just go ahead and make the motion from page 16 of the memo. I move to approve ordinance 8521, amending the designated boundary to include all of Block 13 for the property at 1236 Canyon Boulevard, City of Boulder, Colorado, a landmark under Chapter 911 Historic Preservation BRC 1981, and setting forth related details.
Thanks, Bob. Alicia, what kind of a vote do we take on this?
It is a roll call, sir.
I think we might need a second first.
Wanted to confirm. We would need a second. Junie, you have your hand raised?
Yes, I just have a comment or a thought that this motion that is on the floor is not the one that is recommended. It is an opposite motion to what is recommended. Right, Bob?
It's the motion that, well, it depends on who you talk about recommended. It's not the motion recommended by staff. It's the motion recommended by the Landmarks Board. The Landmarks Board and the Landmarks staff are separate here. So I'm taking the side of the Landmarks Board on this one.
Just wanted a clarification.
Thanks, Junie.
Okay, so different from what's on the screen.
I will second Bob's motion. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Aaron.
Well, I was asking for a second, so you're very timely. Okay, we have a motion and a second. I think we've had some good discussion, so could we move to a vote there on this one?
All right, sir. We will start this vote with Councilmember Joseph. No. Spear?
No.
Wallach?
Aye.
Weiner?
Aye, yes.
Yates?
Yes.
Benjamin?
No.
Mayor Brockett?
No.
Councilmember Folkerts?
No.
And Mayor Pro Tem Friend?
Yes.
Very
Mayor,
good.
that motion did not carry with a vote of 5 against and 4 for.
Okay. Yeah, Lauren?
I would like to propose the motion as written by staff in the packet. Can we bring that up? Do I have to read it or can I just?
Is it sufficient to say the motion? Well, it's actually not in the packet. It's in the presentation. It's a little different. So maybe we get it on the screen so we can be clear.
I motion to not approve ordinance 8521, amending the designated boundary to include all of block 13 for the property at 1236 Canyon Boulevard, City of Boulder, Colorado, a landmark under Chapter 911 Historic Preservation, Boulder Revised Code 1981, but to direct planning and development services staff to prioritize beginning an effort to explore designating a larger civic area historic district in 2023. Furthermore, council directs staff to ensure that the Landmark Board and Parks and Recreation Advisory Board are both appropriately engaged in the park design process and that the band shell is included in the design and continues to be a centerpiece in Central Park.
Second.
Okay, very good. We have a motion and a second. I got a couple more hands up, Mark and Rachel, before we move to a vote.
Procedurally, how do I propose an amendment to that to incorporate the language I suggested earlier?
So I think you could move to amend that, and you would need a second, and then we would vote on the amendment.
And I will move to amend that to incorporate language to the effect that upon formation of a historic district, this parcel will be brought back for landmarking at that time.
Do we have a second for that motion? I'll go ahead and second that motion.
Okay.
Let's see, before we, maybe we got a couple comments before we vote on that motion, if that's all right with you, Mark. Rachel and Ginny.
Mine's a question for, I think, Chris Meschuk. The motion is as prepared by staff directs planning department to put time into this. Is that something that is going to require us to take something off the work plan? Is that something that's already being planned by staff? Before I vote to say, yes, I want staff to do that, I want to understand the staff ramifications that we often hear about.
Sure, thanks for the question, Rachel. And I think what staff has proposed is that we could start that work in 2023. So we would be able to build it into the work plan. So it would not require a trade-off. I think what it would be then is an assumption as we go into 2023, there would be some staff time dedicated to that. So we may not be able to add other things in 2023, but no taking off the work plan is anticipated.
Okay. So I guess just as part of discussion, I may vote against this because I don't know if that's like for my final year on council, what if we get to add one thing at the midterm retreat, that this is the one thing I want added. And I think we're looking at this out of context at a, what was not considered. I don't know what it stacks up against. So this feels a little bit knee jerk to me. So I will probably vote no.
If I can just colloquially on that, Chris, like I had understood this to be predominantly historic preservation staff that would be involved in this from a planning perspective. Would there be a lot of non-historic staff involved from the planning department?
I think the primary work effort would be from PNDS as well as Parks and Recreation. And then because it includes our city facilities, obviously our facility staff would be engaged. In terms of the work effort, the bulk of the work would be PNDS staff.
The work, I'm sorry, but in the landmarking area or the rest of PNDS staff?
In the landmarking area.
Okay, great. And I just correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe that the landmark staff is involved in most of our other planning efforts that are in our work plan. Is that correct?
Obviously depends on the work plan item, but typically in a lot of the other policy projects or code amendment projects, there's a less of a role or no role for our historic preservation staff.
Thanks. All right, I got Ginny and Bob, and let's see if we can move to vote.
Yeah, I just had a question, or at least a point of clarification from the motion and the discussion we're having, because you mentioned the landmarking discussion itself, or at least the process, is quasi judicial. So if I understand that correctly, and you said earlier, instead of, we would be bringing back, as part of the process, we would just bring back the discussion for landmarking, or we would just make the proposal for landmarking, because these are two different things. What are we doing? Are we making a proposal for the discussion, or are we making a proposal when we come back to take a vote on landmarking?
Mark, do you know,
My intent was to bring it back for a vote on landmarking.
Could I jump in here?
Go ahead.
Yes, please, Teresa.
Yeah, so just a point of clarification, this would have to go back to the Landmarks Board, and they would have to make a recommendation about whether to advance this to council or not. That process would still be required, and I don't believe that council can bind the Landmarks Board in advance with a directive.
But can we not advance it to landmarks?
I believe you absolutely could say that it needs to go to the Landmarks Board for consideration.
Then we will bring it back to landmarks for their consideration at that time.
So you want to modify your motion to amend to
I'm
change it
amending
to-
my amendment.
Very good. Bob.
Yeah, I want to go back to something Rachel said, because I think it's right. I mean, the motion that was just made, I'm not disappointed that, I mean, you know, it was a 5-4 vote, and that's perfectly fine. The motion was just made is to not landmark it, which I don't think we need that part of the motion because we just voted not to landmark it. And to direct staff to do some stuff, which is a work plan item. We have hundreds and hundreds of items that we could probably assign to staff, and I get the fact that this is the landmark staff, but this needs to be part of a holistic work plan discussion. And we had a work plan discussion in January. We'll have another one next January. We'll probably have a midterm check-in in a few weeks, but I'm not sure picking this out of isolation compared to all the other things that we want staff to be working on and directing staff to work on this particular thing, which sounds like they already kind of are. It really makes a whole lot of sense for a motion at this time. I'm kind of with Rachel. I'm not going to vote against the motion because I'm upset about the failure to landmark. I'm just going to vote against the motion because I'm not sure we should be making motions on work plan items in June, to tell you the truth.
So I might ask Teresa here that, so we had a motion to approve the landmarking, which was not successful. So that wasn't necessarily contemplated in staff's recommendation. Given that motion's lack of success, I mean, do we do a motion to not approve, or has that become superfluous?
I believe that Bob is right that at this point it does become superfluous, right? The motion to approve was defeated. So I would say the only required motion at this point would be if you want to make clear that you're not approving, but providing these specific instructions to staff about how to proceed.
Lauren, given that, how are you feeling?
Given that, I could withdraw my motion.
So I'm comfortable with that. I just want to make sure that we come out of this with some clear direction. You know, there's a lot of interest in securing the future of this area from a historic perspective and working between the Landmarks Board and the Parks Board to secure that, right? So I understand, it sounds like the Landmarks Department is planning on working on that. So that's great that we have some momentum going forward. I'm fine with not making a formal motion. I just want to make sure that the community understands that we're, you know, hearing their interest in continuing to move forward on this, and that we're forward with intention into 2023. So, you know, James, and maybe I'll look to Chris Meschuk as well. Do you feel like that direction is still clear if we don't have a formal motion on the table?
Well, you know, I just speaking for myself, we had the lengthy discussion internally to talk about how we could fit this into our work program next year and make it a priority, because frankly, we do think it is a priority. It's an important thing to do. It's the right thing to do. And it is, you know, consistent with the, you know, the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, you know, that So I would say that, you know, our intention was not to just sort of let it go, but to actually act upon looking at this area as a historic district. Yeah, and that get your confirmation that this would be something that you see as a priority. Understanding there are many other priorities too.
Thanks. I find that reassuring. Okay, Mark and Lauren, and then maybe we can wrap up.
Okay, I'm just concerned that in the absence of any direction, then there's no timetable whatsoever, which in some respects is worse than simply not landmarking. Not only are we not landmarking, we're telling the community, we're not even providing direction to staff to get to the point where this holistic analysis is done. And if things don't work out, it could be 2024, 2025, or never. So I thought that the proposed resolution, obviously I would hope it would be modified, but in any event, provide some guidance and some comfort to the community that this issue is being looked at, and this long overdue action is somehow going to be dealt with in the context of that analysis.
James,
and let me just be clear too that I don't think it's inappropriate for the city council to direct us to do this, which is why we put the language in there, you know, to make it up front and center. So.
Well, and I've heard, you know, direction that there is council interest in pursuing that, you know, subject to work plan discussions. I think, you know, I don't think council is ready tonight to say take over the entire planning department's workload next year to do this, but I've heard strong interest in this from, I think, pretty much everybody. Lauren?
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe we could like straw poll it or do a nod of 5 or something to give direction without being as strong as making an official motion. Maybe that would satisfy.
I saw a head nod from Teresa. Teresa, do you like that idea?
Yes, a nod of 5 would be perfectly appropriate here.
So maybe Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, if I can just jump in. I think actually the conversation that council has had here has been pretty clear. And we also have Brad Miller, our Director of Planning and Development Services, and Christopher Johnson, who's the manager of our Comprehensive Planning Division, where the Historic Preservation Program sits, are in the meeting here as well. And so I think if council would like to make sure it's kind of definitively clear, I think a nod of 5 is helpful. But I think the conversation that we've had tonight is also really clear in how to balance for 2023, and we can make sure that there's a check-in in the 2023 work program just to make sure that this wouldn't be resulting in some trade-off that council may want to talk about.
That's great, Chris. I'll just go ahead and put this out there just to try to finish this up, to request a nod of 5 to have landmark staff, you know, investigate and explore the creation of a, you know, downtown area historic district that would include this area. With work, saying that they would work with the landmarks and the Parks Board moving forward. So I'll just ask, maybe for a virtual raising of hands if there's interest in that. So like all in favor, can we do a virtual hand? All right. I'm seeing 6, I think 5 virtual and 1 physical. So looks like we do have a nod of 5 to pursue that. Okay. Is that good enough on this topic? Matt, you got a hand up still? No? All right. Okay. Well, thanks everyone. I just wanted, this ended up being a kind of complicated, challenging to work through. Just want to thank everyone in the community for their attention to this, and know that we share your interest in making sure that this stays a beloved and protected place. Is just the path that we're taking to get there, as you know, we're just picking that. But I think we're all safe and in good hands on this matter. So before I fully wrap up this item, though, I think we need to give a huge thank you and goodbye to James Hewitt. James, I know you wouldn't have wanted a dull hearing for your last landmarking hearing, so I hope we've made you happy. an interesting one with topics to chew on. But just your contribution to this department has been unparalleled. I've just appreciated all your presentations over the years and your deep knowledge, and we sure will miss you. But congratulations and good luck with your next chapter.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
And if Mayor Brockett can, if you'll indulge just a few comments on behalf of the staff, we also wanted to thank James for his service to the city. And yes, James is retiring at the end of this month after quite an illustrious career in historic preservation, and the last 18 years of which has been with the city of Boulder. And to our belief, actually, James is by far the longest serving historic preservation planner that the city has ever had in the history of the program. And we couldn't help ourselves but look at a few numbers, James. During your tenure, you processed over 5,000 applications, including over 3,300 landmark alteration certificates. You were involved in designating 3 of our 10 historic districts, over 70 individual landmarks, which is a third of all landmarks in the city. You also championed the creation of the city's first historic preservation plan, as well as a nationally recognized historic window and energy efficiency plan, numerous state grants to support historic preservation activities in the city as well. And James also served as a board member of the National Alliance of Preservation Commissions, representing the city of Boulder. And I think as we even saw tonight, historic preservation is a hard job. You're literally working side by side with property owners and applicants on details down to inches and colors. And sometimes that doesn't come with controversy or doesn't come without it, I should say. But James has always approached the work with a clear understanding of the bigger picture, of some good Canadian humor in there as well, which I've always appreciated, and really a deep love for the city's character and sense of place. And James was actually hired when I was the historic preservation intern. So he and I have had a long history of working together directly and also partnering with him for both of our careers here at the city. So as was said, James, the world's not going to be the same without you here at the city of Boulder, but super excited for your retirement and your next chapter. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Very well said. All right. Well, final round of applause. And thanks again, James, and don't be a stranger. Stay in touch.
Okay, I won't. I'm not far. Thanks again, everybody. Take care.
Take care. All right. So, I'm afraid we have blown way over our time estimation. Apologies about that. I could really use a 5-minute break. I don't know about others. And let's call it like say it's 9:06. How about we come back at 9:13? And I'm going to switch locations, so I'll probably need a couple extra minutes. So Rachel, if you don't mind getting the next item kicked over to staff to get started. All right, see you in a few.
Yeah.
Back, baby. Okay. And we are now on number 6, matters from the city attorney on even year election ballot options. And I want to welcome Molly Fitzpatrick, the Boulder County Clerk, who's going to be present throughout this discussion to answer questions from council. Thanks so much for being here, Molly. Looks like you were let in. Okay, so with that, I think I'm turning it over to Kathy Haddock in the city attorney's office.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I am Kathy Haddock in the city attorney's office. Hopefully this will be a little bit easier on you than last one, but it also is confusing in some ways. So I'm trying to lay it out very clear. I think Emily is going to run slides. So we're ready for slide 2, Emily, please. And to go back to where we are, the purpose of this discussion is for you to give us the way in which you want to have the ballot question read to transition to even year elections. When we last talked about this on May 10th, there were 2 options presented to you. The first, option 1, change the terms of council members that were elected in 2023 and 2025 to 3-year terms. And then that had elections going to even years starting in 2026. And council elected not to move forward with that option. Option 2 was to extend the terms of council members that expired in 2025 for 1 year. So that's 4 council members. And the people that were elected in 2023 would get 5-year terms. So their terms would expire in 2028. The people elected in 2023, their terms would expire in 2026, and those would be the even year for that. You did want that option carried forward. During the meeting, there was a suggestion for a third option, which was to extend the term of all 9 council members for an additional year and change the year for direct election of mayor to 2024. Keeping it at 2023 would have meant there was a year that you had 10 members on council rather than just 9. That option isn't possible since we can't do ranked choice voting for the first time during a presidential election year. After the election, after the May 10th study session, option 4 was suggested, which extended the terms of all 9 existing council members for 1 year, changed the direct election of mayor to 2026. And then that means that the people elected in 2024 and 2026 would have 4-year terms. So next slide, please. We have slides that explain each one of these visually and then have a comparison slide for you so that you can make your decision. This slide is option 2. The dark shading is the election year for each of the columns. The light shading is the continuation of that person's term. And the slashes are the skipped election year. So this was option 2, kept direct election of mayor in 2023. That first elected mayor would get a 3-year term so that the mayor would be on an even year rotation starting in 2026. The 4 orange council members would be reelected in 2026, or their seats would be up for election in 2026 for 4-year terms. The people elected to fill the green positions in 2023 would get 5-year rather than 4-year terms, so that they started even year rotations in 2028. Next slide, please. This is option 4, and the direct election, I'm sorry, I should back up. Same thing, shaded, darker shading is when that color is elected, and then the lighter shading is their carryover terms. This shows direct election of mayor not starting until 2026. All 9 council members getting an extra year, and then the orange council members would start getting their 4-year even terms for the people elected in 2026. The Green Council members would start the even year rotation in 2024 for 4-year terms. Next slide, please. So this slide compares the two. The top part is the council candidates. So for the council candidates, option 2 extends the terms of existing council members for 1 year for the 4 that terms expire in 2025. And option 4 extends the terms of existing council member for all 9 years. And then and I apologize, these 2 blanks should be reversed, that this is extending the term of the newly elected council people, that the newly elected council people under option 2 would get 5-year terms rather than 4-year terms in 2023. And option 4, none of the newly elected people after this current board would get new terms. There would be the 2025 candidate election would be skipped for option 2. In option 4, both 2023 and 2025 would not happen. There would be a candidate election in 2024. And under these 2 scenarios, the first even year council election for council candidates would be 2026 under option 2, 2024 under option 4. The differences for direct election of mayor is direct election of mayor would start in 2023 for option 2 and 2026 for option 4. And the term extension, the only one needed would be that the mayor elected in 2023 in option 2 would need a 3-year term to get to an even year. So that's how the 2 options that are currently on the table fold out. As Rachel said, Molly Fitzpatrick is here to answer any questions that you may have for her. She is the elected county clerk and recorder and is the one that runs elections for the county and does the coordinated elections for us, and has been a wonderful partner in trying to work through all these options. So she is here for questions, and we need a decision which option you'd like to move forward with.
All right. Thanks so much for that presentation. I really appreciate it. Thanks for everybody for bearing with me and my technical difficulties and challenges. And Molly, I'll add my welcome to you. Thanks so much for being here tonight. And so much appreciate the partnership between you and our city clerk, Alicia. And did you want to say a couple words before we get started, or are you just available for questions?
Well, I was going to be available for questions, but with the platform, I guess I will. Thank you all for having me. I'm here really to help support in whatever way I can, fill any gaps that you might have that would help clarify your decision-making process. And I also just want to recognize the incredible staff partnership that we have with the City of Boulder staff. We've been having these conversations since I think it was brought to their attention that this is an option that the city council is interested in exploring. And so very grateful to have so many thoughtful conversations with them. And like I said, here to help support and fill any gaps that might help you make this decision.
Appreciate that very much, Molly. Thanks again. All right, so questions for city staff or Clerk Fitzpatrick? We got Matt and Nicole.
All right, thanks, Aaron. And first, Molly, thank you for being here. I know how busy you are, and I mean, it is primary season, so thank you so much for taking the time when things are due here on the 28th. I really appreciate that. And thanks, staff, for putting this presentation together. I wanted to just maybe offer a little clarifying, and then I was going to get to my question that, and I'd appreciate Kathy getting to the point where we really only have 2 options to consider. But I do want to make a point just because of how it was sort of written in the packet. You know, option 3 was the suggestion, and I want to make sure that credit is where credit's due, that Nicole came up with. And all I did was offer just a slight little revision to make it just a little bit more viable and not have that 8 to 10 term thing. So I just want to make sure credit's due to Nicole for coming up with that solution to the array that we had. So my question centered towards you, Molly, has to do with sort of, and I appreciate the letter you sent, but just sort of for either my colleagues, staff, or in those listening, has to kind of do with some of the concerns around 2024 as a year to kind of jumpstart things. and kind of giving you and everybody else a runway to sort of make some of those changes. And from what I gathered from the memo, and I just want to be clear, the concern from your office is less about moving to even year. It's more about running the inaugural RCV direct election of the mayor in 2024, a presidential term, which I think we all can assume is going to be fraught with a bunch of insanity and chaos. Is that the main thing, that even year is fine, adding that extra page or whatever, but it's that RCV direct election that's sort of a linchpin and big concern for you in your office?
Thank you for that question. And yes, I mean, the two questions are intertwined. For us, we do not make changes or implement changes in a presidential election year because of the risk that it invites into the environment. Starting in an odd year before presidential year, we implement 4 back-to-back elections in 12 months. What that means is that there is no runway to plan, test, and validate before a live election. Because it's the first election using ranked choice voting, our preference is to continue with the path that voters directed us, the council and the city of Boulder, to do in 2020. Once we saw that in 2020, we immediately started leading the efforts on that ranked choice voting bill with an eye towards 2023. So once we had that bill in 2021 that we worked very hard on, we also started planning our time and resources for 2023. So we've already done a lot of planning and securing resources for 2023. But that being said, yes, the idea of running a ranked choice voting election for the city of Boulder in 2023, which would also be the first ranked choice voting in Colorado in a presidential election year, does not set our office up for success, and it invites an incredible amount of risk into the environment that I do not think is appropriate given the kind of year it will be.
Thank you, Molly. Can I ask maybe a follow-up? That it's just the inaugural RCV, because obviously with the way we have our mayor term set, it's every 2 years. So the subsequent 2028 presidential election, assuming we now have run one prior to that, then you would would you be then comfortable with that? Or is it I just sort of want to clarify, is it presidential as a whole, or is it just not doing the first one?
It's the first one. Yeah, we need that ramp and that runway to, work with our voting system equipment, look at ballot design layouts for the voting system equipment and for voters, do public education. That runway does not exist in a presidential election year for the first time. So that's correct. It's about the first ranked choice voting election not happening in 2024.
And I'll pass over to Nicole here in a second, but my last question would be, given the work that you've already done in preparation for 2023, do you have any preference of whether you want to just stay that course, or does moving to a 2026 inaugural RCV mayor election provide you other benefits, or do you feel like the train has left the station and you guys are focused and want to just sort of make that happen? So I'm wondering, would you have preference on those two?
Thank you for asking about that preference. Our preference is to stay the course. When voters directed the city to conduct ranked choice voting in 2023, that's immediately when we got the ball rolling. We've reached out to other jurisdictions. We've collected feedback that went into the ranked choice voting bill. Immediately after the ranked choice voting bill, we started, collaborating with other experts in other states to learn, what kind of support could be offered to Boulder County in a year like 2023, given that we will be the first. And also there's a lot of benefit to Boulder County being the first county to conduct a ranked choice voting election. We are committed to implementing elections that are secure and transparent and accessible. And I think there's a lot of benefit to Boulder County being the first county to lead the way for this, because we can really help shape what it will look like for other jurisdictions moving forward as other cities might adopt this for themselves. So we like the idea of leading, but most of all, we like the idea of continuing with the plans that we've already laid out for ourselves and the resources that we've already secured for ourselves. And just having that runway in an odd year is really wonderful. Even if, in an even year that is not a presidential year, it is possible, but you're still running into a similar situation in the presidential year in which resources are limited. the one thing that's different about, an even year that is not a presidential year is that you don't have that presidential primary, which completely knocks us out. We still think that an odd year maximizes our opportunity to implement elections the way Boulder County voters have been accustomed to receiving those elections.
Great. Thank you for that, Molly. I appreciate that.
Coleman, Tara.
Thanks again, Molly, for being here, and thanks for sticking with us so late at night. So my questions are around the trying to understand sort of the cost to the city of doing the ranked choice voting before. I think the state is moving toward providing some support in 2025, if I understand it. So could you talk a little bit about the difference in the cost to us going before the state has provided the support?
Sure. So in the ranked choice voting bill, there are some timeline considerations that have already been laid out, including proposed rules. We've already seen a draft of that. And then also when the software for the risk limiting audit will become available from the state. So right now, we do not have a way to audit a ranked choice voting contest in the way that is we audit our other contests. So what the bill laid out and what we supported is that the state needs time to develop that software for ranked choice voting contests, and that timeline is not in 2023. What the bill says is that in 2023, the county can audit the ranked choice voting contest using procedures that they develop, I think, in coordination with statistical experts and other folks that have worked on ranked choice voting before. So that's some of the resources that we've already reached out to. We've reached out to national experts who have conducted audits on ranked choice voting contests in other states, and they have already offered and committed to being available to Boulder County. So we will have a way to audit this election next year. It will not be the way that we audit other elections. So we would figure that out, and we would ensure that it reaches the same level of auditing standards that other or similar auditing standards that we have for other contests. But we would need to figure that out, and the state would not have that available yet. So we're not sure what the cost of that will look like in 2023 yet, because we haven't developed the procedures. But the state has committed to, I think, 2025 having that software available.
Okay, so basically we would take on the costs of that audit in 2023, the city would, but after 2025, the state will be providing that support. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, so all direct costs for a ranked choice voting election would be, the city would be accountable for paying. For the ranked choice, without knowing what the development looks like for the state on ranked choice voting contests, I can't say what that cost is going to be and how that cost would be attributed to the city.
Okay, got it. But am I correct in thinking that after 2025, that cost would not be present for the city, or is that not right?
I would want to go back and validate, because my concern is that there's still going to be licensing cost for that tool that the state develops, and that those would be billable to the city. So it's really just next year, the city, we're going to bill the city for the way that we conduct that audit, and it's not going to be the same way that the state does it in 2 years or 2025. In 2025, I anticipate that there could be some cost because the state's developing the tool for RCV, and that would be billable to the city.
Okay.
Can I colloquy on that just for a second, Nicole and Molly? That point about where that cost, from what I've gathered from Secretary of State's office and some other folks, is that it would be amortized out over the number of jurisdictions utilizing that software. So it would be a base cost. And from that's what I've gathered, just as and I don't know if that's where to end up, but that seems to be, that's where I've sort of heard it's leaning. I don't know if that changes your calculus at all, but maybe that you can corroborate it too, Molly, but that's what I've been hearing.
Yeah, so the tabulation, there's a license for the tabulation. We do not have the license in Colorado right now, but what the bill stipulated is that The secretary's office would do the purchase of the state, or I'm sorry, of the license to tabulate a ranked choice voting ballot. That cost would be allocated to cities based on the number of voters in those jurisdictions. The second issue is the cost of the risk limiting audit software, which is very different than the tabulation software. And that's the distinction there.
Thank you. Did that get, Matt, are you good on that colloquy? Okay, great. So my other question is just around, I know that there's a lot of education that is needed for ranked choice voting, right? And one of the reasons that we are interested in seeing if voters would like to move to even years is because there's 15 to 20,000 more voters who turn up in even years and would potentially be voting in our local council member elections. And so, if we're having to do a lot of education work around ranked choice voting for 2023, do we then have to do it again for the even year mayoral election? Because it seems like there's a different group of voters, right? The even year voters who are not necessarily voting in odd years who would have to be educated. So basically, do we need to double educate if voters would decide to move to even year elections and we held the first mayoral ranked choice voting election in 2023?
I think anytime there's a change, especially a major change to the way that people vote, because we've been pretty consistent with our model and our messaging here in Colorado, I would recommend doubling down on education efforts if there's any sort of change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think so. I think that we would want to do some additional education for different groups of voters. And then, so my other question is actually around one of the options that we kind of dismissed last time, which was to hold 3 elections in 4 years. And I'm wondering, as the county clerk, if you have any thoughts on that. Do you think that was sort of the right, decision, that 3 local elections in 4 years is a lot for a city to take on? Or do you think that that is something that we ought to consider?
Running 3 city elections,
city
in
council
4 years.
elections in 4 years. Yeah, which was one of the options for trying to, move us to even years.
Mm-hmm.
To us, it seemed like that was a lot for the community. And I just am curious about your thoughts on that.
I haven't contemplated that in this discussion. It's mostly been about the timing of ranked choice voting and when we can support it. It's hard for me to say which option is that. Is that option?
It was option 1 that we rejected because it sounded really exhausting for staff and candidates and everybody.
That's actually why I didn't look at it or prepare for that.
No worries. That's okay. Yeah, no, I was curious if you had any thoughts on it that differed from ours.
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Nicole. Tara?
Molly, I really appreciate this memo. It was really great, especially I'm new to election laws and rules. So I have a few questions about your memo. One of the places you say the clerk's office encourages any city that is interested in transitioning their coordinated elections, so even your elections, to engage in a robust stakeholder process to understand the impact on voters. Do you feel are you saying you feel like we haven't done that, or were you just stating a random point? What are you trying to say in that section?
Yeah, I actually don't know what type of engagement has been done, so I wasn't making a statement either way on that. What we wanted to do was, we really wanted to create this as kind of something that could be used for any jurisdiction that is contemplating even year elections. So that's really why that's in there, is just for any decision maker for a process like this, stakeholder engagement is important. So it wasn't a judgment or accusation that the city of Boulder has or hasn't done that.
I would never take it as a judgment or accusation. I just was wondering your opinion on that. The second area that I was looking at was other entities exploring even year consolidation to reach out to other cities that have made the shift. So I guess we're just asking ourselves, have we done that enough? Is that what you're saying? You're not saying we have or haven't. Same
Correct.
thing. Okay. So the last thing I want to ask you is the heavier ballot issue. So if we change to an even year, we would most certainly have 2 pages of ballots. And I think what you were saying is there is a possibility people just won't finish the ballot when it's 2 pages. Is that what you were saying, or were you saying something else?
I genuinely don't know. I have not done academic research into, drop off, but I just, for us, we try to think of every single thing possible so that decision makers can have every bit of information possible to help make an informed decision. I have personally not done that research on my own.
This was really a great, I know I said that, but I can't thank you enough for this memo.
Thank you. I'm glad it was helpful.
Okay, yeah, I'll echo that. Thanks. That was an extremely helpful memo, Molly. So I'll call on myself. I want to raise one thing, which was Rachel's hotline post. Rachel just popped up on the screen. So that was, I think, a slightly different, well, it's a kind of a combo of the other 2 options. Rachel, I wonder if you might explain that to council and what you were thinking with that proposal.
I will give it my best shot. I would guess the notion is just, can we ask voters a 2-part question, which is number 1, do you want to move to ranked or to even year elections? And if the answer is yes, then can we ask voters to decide between the 2 viable options? So I'm not sure that I'm the best to articulate which those 2 options are. Probably just refer back to Matt's, but basically, do we want to have option A where we are doing, I think it's a mayoral election in 2023 versus option B, where it's the mayoral election in 2026 and then the attendant council moves. So I think under option B, we would be asking voters, do they want to extend all 9 members' terms by 1 year versus option A is 4 members get an extended term, if I'm doing my math right there. So it's just essentially, is that a viable path? Do people want to look at that? I think that there are some reasons that it doesn't make great sense for us to be the people. There are 9 of us, and obviously the goal here is to, for those who support it, I think, increase participation in the democratic process by moving to even years. But in terms of who's going to be impacted by it at a job, it's the 9 of us. And so I don't know that we are the most unbiased people to choose which option to give to voters. Does that make sense? You're on mute, Aaron.
Sorry. So then I would just turn to Teresa and say, is there any issue with doing something like that?
Yeah, so we certainly can do a multi-tier question. And Kathy has prepared and thought about this. And so I'll defer to Kathy on this.
And thank you, Teresa, and thank you, Tara, for giving the, Rachel, for giving the question ahead of time, so we had a chance to think about it. We can ask the question about whether or not they want to move to ranked choice voting, and then have some kind of instructions in the ballot or in the education or something that your votes about the options won't count unless the vote to change passes. However, our charter does require that the question, that the ballots be written in a way that the question is, are you for or against this? So we really can't do options. We can't say option A or option B. We'd have to put option A on and option B on and have some kind of instructions to say the one that gets the most votes will win if the first question passes. So it adds a whole different layer of education to what we'd have to do for voters, because we have to have the yes, no on each issue rather than choose A or B.
Thanks, Kathy. That makes sense. Molly, do you want to speak to that?
Not to that. Mine's actually a different question for council.
when it's
Okay, we'll come back to you in just a second then. So just Rachel's proposal make sense to anybody? Everybody, does anybody have any questions to her or staff on that? Matt? You can I know you can find that mute button, Matt.
Of course, my computer just popped an update right in the middle of trying to unmute. Yeah, so no, it was really kind of a clarifier to Rachel's point about, council, lifting this sort of thing up. And when you look at other communities that have done this, and, there's 23 of them in recent years that have done it. And keep in mind, 21 of them chose to lengthen terms. But many of them, about half did it by just straight ordinance, and others did it by ballot. And that was referenced by council, and they referred the whole thing to ballot to lengthen their own terms. And in those, you had, winning percentages of 56%, 70%, 72, 81%. And that's throughout California, Arizona, Texas, Michigan. So, you see a general spectrum there that I think is rather interesting when it comes to just sort of, does council, do that on its own accord, and do voters seem okay when they're recommending for sort of extending terms? There seems to be good precedent. Voters don't seem to have too much of an issue with that, and that there's a fair amount of commonplace when you look at sort of communities across the country that have done this. So just for context, I just wanted to lay that out there.
Okay, thanks. Nicole.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood. I think what I'm hearing is that what Rachel proposed is not possible, that we can't do that because we have to have yes, no responses. Is that right?
No, not quite. And so instead what it is, we do have to have yes, no responses. But what it means is that we would have to think about what the highest vote getter is. So,
okay. So basically,
do you want A or B is not possible.
Yeah.
But which do you favor? Do you favor A, yes or no? Do you favor B, yes or no?
I get
is
it.
possible.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Yeah. I think, I'm wondering too, if there's let me just back up. So Rachel, what I hear your concern is, and is really just around this idea of sort of transparency, right? That it's weird. It seems like it may be weird, especially in this era that we are living through right now on the federal level, where we are putting something toward voters that would allow them to extend our terms, right? And so is there a way that we can be really transparent in a single ballot item, like other cities have done when they've made this transition, that like I'm looking at some example from ballot language from Pasadena, for example, where they say, shall the Pasadena City Charter be amended consistent with state law to 1, change the city's primary and general election dates to coincide with statewide primary and general election dates, beginning with, in their case, it was the November 2018 general election, and 2, extend the current terms for the mayor and council members by, they did 19 months on a one-time basis in order to transition to the statewide election cycle. So they were really crystal clear that it was a one-time thing, wasn't going to happen, on a regular basis, but it was really just in the service of getting to these even year elections. Because I think the majority of these cities that have made this transition to increase the number of people who are voting in local elections, they've done it within a year or two. I mean, it's sort of like it's on the ballot, and then the next election is the one that is in the even year. It hasn't taken a really long time. So I'm wondering if there's a way we can include some transparency in the language around making this transition in the ballot measure, just so we don't have to kind of potentially confuse voters with a lot of different options.
I mean, yeah, I think we should be as transparent as possible. I don't know that it quite gets at what my concern is. Transparency is great. I think that part of my concern is bias, and it doesn't get at that. And I would just say that in some conversations that I've had, it seems that it's hard to separate out how will extending this term by a year impact voters and how will it impact me? And so there are only 9 of us impacted. And so I think it makes little sense for us to be the 9 to decide between the 2 options, which is best. I think it's better for voters who are not impacted in their livelihood and their emotional health, frankly, from serving on council to be the ones making that choice. I will speak for myself. Like, I've got strong feelings on personally whether I would want to serve another year or not. And that's hard to separate out. So that's part of it. And I don't think clarifying the ballot language gets at that.
Okay, thanks for that, Rachel. All right, I think we've gotten through that. So Molly, did you want to pose your other question?
Yes, one thing that I have not been clear on is council's intention with this discussion to only move the candidate elections to even years, or is council's intention to ensure that alongside that there's also ballot questions that are moved to even years? Because what would happen to ballot questions if only the council elections were moved to even years, is that there would still be potentially ballot questions in an odd year unless you're already addressing that somehow. So what's council's intention there?
Well, maybe I'll just speak to answer maybe for council if people don't mind. So I don't think that ballot questions would be affected at all by this. So ballot questions could still be citizen initiated or council initiated in even or odd years. There might be a stronger preference for even years since there'll be more attention paid, but they would still be legally allowed to be in either even or odd years.
Okay.
Did I get that wrong, anybody?
I just had a question for Molly on that. I don't think you got it wrong, Aaron, but I know that there are local elections that happen during even years. I think that the county electeds, I think that Superior and some other nearby cities do it. Do they not have any odd year ballots? I guess it just seems like this would happen in other places as well. Does the county never run odd year, even though they're even year electeds?
For the most part, if a county or if a city is coordinating with us that's a good question. As far as I know, I'm sorry, I just can't speak to that Superior question exactly, but I know that I think for the most part, if a city is trying, a lot of their questions and their candidate races would be on the same ballot. At least that's my understanding from what I've seen, is that most of that is questions and candidates are on the same ballot, whether it's even or odd.
I see Kathy's hand up.
Yes, I represented Superior for 18 years before I came to the city of Boulder, and they, like Boulder, had ballot issues on most elections, not just on the years that they did candidate elections. So it ended up that there was coordination every year. It's just that it's only every other year that they did candidates. And I think that's common for most municipalities that actively submit things to the voters, that they do it on an annual basis in November.
Yeah, and we take what you all give us. And so, if it does happen that, you all decide just to make it the council elections that are moved to even years, but there is, a citizen initiated ballot measure or a council referred ballot question, we would still put that on. We will do what you give us, basically, and same with other jurisdictions.
Appreciate that, Matt.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I appreciate bringing up the ballot question there, Molly, because it does, and I think for clarity, it does flip how I believe we would be defined as a regular municipal election versus a special election in the eye of the state charter. And because we've run into those issues, we just recently had one where we had an issue based on guidance regarding the number of signatures required for a petition to reach the ballot. And it was calculated based on whether it was a special general election or a regular municipal. So when we choose to hold our council meetings, I believe we'll flip that in the eye of the state charter. So just for reference as to what years then get referenced as being the one governed by our charter rules versus the one governed by the Colorado Revised Statute, that will be flipped. Now, so that's not going to matter too much, but just for reference, that will be a switch.
Great. Okay, thanks for all the questions, everybody. So I'd like to move us into a decision-making space, if I could. So I will note that a few weeks ago, people gave eloquent speeches on the benefits or the drawbacks of even year elections. So my hope is not to relitigate that tonight. People can throw in a few words if they want to, but instead to focus on the three options at hand. And so folks I'll start with maybe a straw poll on whether to advance even elections, just to check in so folks can register that they'd rather not if they would prefer to. But I want to focus on these three, on the options in front of us tonight. So, and so in my, and to frame that, my thought is we've got, and Bob, I'll get to you in a second, is that we've got option 2, which keeps the ranked choice mayoral election in 2023 and starts even year elections in 2026. We have option 4, which starts even year elections in 2024 and ranked choice mayor in 2026. And then I'm going to also put Rachel's proposal on the table, which would give the voters the choice of which of those two they would prefer. So with that in mind, I'll go to, if people want to make some comments, and then we'll move to some straw polls. Bob.
Well, I respect Aaron that I will not reiterate my opposition to even your elections. I'll save that for August when we vote. But I am going to make another advocacy for option 1. I'd ask you as mayor to put that in the straw poll as well. Sure. It's been my practice for going on 7 years now, when I know that I'm going to be in the minority on a vote, to still try to provide advice to the majority so they can make the best decision possible. And I'm going to do that now because I would suggest to those of you who want to move to even your elections that you really take another look at option number 1. The advantage of option number 1 is it neither shortens nor lengthens the current term of anyone on council now. What it does is it shortens the length of the term of those yet to be elected or re-elected. So it directly addresses the legitimate concern that I think Rachel raised about us as sitting council members asking voters to give some or all of us another year. It doesn't do that. It doesn't shorten anybody's term. It doesn't lengthen anyone's term. It simply says those who choose to run for election or re-election in 2023 will stand for a 3-year term. And they know that going into it, and the voters will know that going into it. I think the problem you have with options 2, 3, or 4 is they each involve extending the terms of council members now sitting. And I think there's 2 challenges with this. First, this may cause some community members who would otherwise be interested in even your elections to vote against your ballot package because it does extend people's terms. It does 2 things. And I think that will decrease your chances of getting this thing passed if that's what your objective is. And then I believe, and I'm not asking anyone to disclose now, but I believe that there are people on this call right now who are not interested in having their terms extended. So we're kind of having a hypothetical discussion where there's a real life impact, and we may have people who resign. And so option 1 doesn't put anybody in that difficult and awkward position of either asking voters for more time or asking people to agree to serve longer than they originally planned to. I do realize, and Nicole, I thought you did a very good job of identifying that the big downside of option 1 is that we would have 2 city council elections close to each other, one in 2025 and one in 2026. And so really 3 elections in 4 years, as you said, Nicole. And we would combine with that is the potential that we have a lot of new council members coming in a very short period of time. So I know that there's certainly risk of that. But I think the downsides of that are less than the downsides and the bad optics, quite frankly, of asking voters to give some or all of those sitting on council today an extra year of term, especially when some council members may not even want an extra year of term. And I think option 1 is also consistent with what Molly has requested to start ranked choice voting in 2023. Now, that's just my political assessment. I'm going to be voting against putting even your elections on the ballot when we vote on this in August. I'll be on the losing end of that, I suspect. So you don't have to pay attention to me. I'm just trying to provide you with some practical, tactical, political advice to help you get past what it is that you want to get past.
Thanks for that, Bob. I'll just note, I mean, the council did by majority vote, put option 1 aside on a previous previous meetings. I don't know that we want to have a long argument about it, but point taken, and I'm perfectly fine including it in the matrix of straw polls, and we'll see if it gets more support this time if people don't mind. Okay, Nicole.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. I hear some concerns, and I still 3 elections in 4 years is so much for everyone. And ultimately the voters are going to decide, right? If they like the options that we've come up with, they'll vote for it. If they don't, then they won't, right? So I see this as some of the things we're talking about here are kind of consistent with what other cities have done, where they've seen this overwhelming support, because there are many people who are in favor of the increased turnout that comes with even year elections and addressing some of the disparities in who votes in off-cycle elections. So I think I'm going to have a hard time going back to that one that we rejected, because I still have the same concerns there. I really don't like the second option, where only some of us are getting an extended year. I feel like, we're all in this together a bit. But mostly it just doesn't, that doesn't feel fair to me as one of those people who would have their term extended. So just want to name that. I don't see that as being an option I would support. And I really, I do like Rachel's idea of kind of giving the voters some options in terms of how to do it. And I feel like that starts to get more complicated. And I think if we could just put it into one ballot measure that's really transparent, that we're switching to even year, this is a vote to switch to even year elections, and that that would mean a one-time extension of the current council's terms. I feel like that's a really transparent and clear ballot measure that we could offer to voters. And Rachel, I'm with you. The idea of another year is frankly quite exhausting. So I think that's another kind of thing to think about. And I feel like this is really consistent. Option 3 is really consistent with what other municipalities have done.
I think it's 4 now. Option 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Sorry. Option 4. Thank you.
And I'll just note it feels particularly exhausting at 10 o'clock at night while we're having a complicated discussion, right? Mark, and then I'll call myself.
I am also speaking from that minority perspective that Bob stated. But I think he's correct. And again, you may take this advice or not, that there is an appearance of impropriety if we are, even with the vote of the community, if we are extending our own terms. And I happen to think that Rachel's proposal provides a little bit of clarity and additional decision-making for the community. And it might be, again, as Bob points out, a better way of proceeding in terms of electoral success. And as Bob mentioned, I am one of those who does not want to have a term extended. And I can tell you now that I will not have my term extended. Because I don't think this is a good way of proceeding, but more significantly, I was elected for a term through 2025, and I have no intention of serving until 2026. And I don't think I am obligated to do so. So at the very least, you should build into your process a good process for finding replacement members of council if somebody does not want to participate in this, because I do not. Whether that's the next one down in the vote or however you want to do it, but it would not be my intention to serve beyond 2025.
Thanks for that, Mark. We would miss you if you resign before the end of a term. There's no question.
I'm not so sure about that.
I'm going to call on myself, and then Matt, and then Tara, and Bob will get back to you if you don't mind other people getting a first shot. Oh, you withdrew. Okay, thanks. So I think I really like the idea of moving to even year elections because of the turnout advantages. I won't go through all that again. I do feel like, you know, whether we start in 2024 or 2026, we get to the right goal. So I'm comfortable with either one of those. I think if we start in 2024, we start earlier, which is great. But the ranked choice voting for mayors waits until longer, until 2026. I see there's a bit of a downside. Start in 2026, that puts off even years longer, but it does get us the RCV for mayor in 2023, which would be positive. We heard from Molly, there's an interest in moving forward with that on the existing timetable. I will, though, agree with Rachel here that I'm not comfortable being the final decision maker on this because it does involve myself and my council's colleagues' futures. So I even though it adds some complexity, I would go with Rachel's proposal to ask the voters whether to get it started in 2024 or 2026 if they are in fact interested in even year elections. There we go. So Matt and then Tara.
Thanks, Aaron. So with regards to where the preference lies, I do think it's important to sort of when you know, we need to focus on minimizing the exhaustion to electorate by compounding too many elections in the same cadence. And so I think because we set aside option one, it was probably for that most obvious reason. I do want to pay a special deference to Molly's suggestions as our county clerk, as sort of the leading election administrator for what we're doing, working alongside Alicia and her team. And so I do think that you know, given that, you know, she wants to stay the course to meet the needs of the ballot measure of 2020 to elect our mayor with RCV, that puts us at 2023, and her team is moving in that direction. I want to make sure, given all of the work, all of the stress, and all of everything that comes with running some of the best elections we got in the state right here in Boulder County, that we pay sort of special deference to Molly's suggestion on that. And so for me, I think looking at option two allows us to get pretty much mostly where we want. It gets us even year. It allows us to facilitate the voters' will for electing our mayor with instant runoff ranked choice voting in 2023. And so I do think that path does get us where we need to be in that capacity. I'd love to start sooner, but in doing so, I think if we're pushing off against Molly's suggestion to get things done in 2023 for ranked choice voting, I have a hard time going against that. So I think that's where I'm gonna land on this. But I also don't mind seeing this on the ballot either. So if we're gonna pick one, I'm okay picking one, and that's the one I prefer. But if we are picking two, I'm okay with that.
Thanks. And Tara, and then Lauren, and then Nicole will come back to you.
I have a simple question. Can you put somewhere on the screen so I can stare at it, the now new 4 options or the updated options? Especially, you can call the last one Rachel's option. You don't have to even explain it. We all know what it is, but I just want to make sure that I know what I'm voting for. Thanks.
We need Katie Porter's whiteboard, so one of us could really quickly write them all down and be like, here, it's right here. Did we have that in the presentation, Kathy?
We didn't, and I don't think of Rachel's suggestion as a separate option, because what we'll have to say is, do you want to go forward with like option 2 or option 4 or option 1 and option 4 or option, however you want to do it. So we need you to pick the options that you want the voters to choose from. So I think of hers as an added layer rather than a different option. And I'm sorry, we don't have a slide for option 1. I can find but I'm not sure if that's what you want to put on. So right now, the only different options I think we have are option 2 and option 4, which we can put up either or both of those. And then Rachel's proposal, as I understand, Rachel, what you're saying is that that the voters would decide, rather so that we would be putting both options on the ballot, not just one.
Correct.
Yeah, with the wrinkle of I think it would be great if there was a gating or threshold question that was simple for voters. Do you want to move to even year elections?
Right.
That's one. And then the next two are if the answer to, ballot number, whatever is yes, you want to do it this way.
Right. It's just that that will be 3 separate questions on the ballot. And then depending on how much instruction you want to give them we won't even count the votes for 2 and 3 unless the question 1 wins a majority.
I think that's right. I think it's somewhat similar to what we did for the muni ballot measure to go back into franchise. Yes, then do you want to re-up the tax? I think there was a second, like if yes, then.
Can I jump in with just a practical question? What if the voters say, yes, they want even year elections, but they turn down both of Rachel's options? They say no and no on extended terms. Then what happens?
We don't have a charter change.
Okay.
So you'd have to go back to the voters with different options at a different time, either in November of 2023 or a special election before November of 2023.
So would you hardwire that into the first question, which is we will go to even year elections, but only if you answer one of the following 2 questions, yes.
I like my suggestion, yes, less now if that's the case. Like if it's whichever one gets more votes, but one of them has to get over 50% and a lot of people just aren't voting on it, that's maybe overly complicated and I possibly withdraw.
Okay, so I have a real quick question before you go on to the next person. So not make believe, but I'm going to vote against changing it to even years. But let's say, here's my ballot. I vote against changing it to even years. And then the next part of the question is, if there were even years, would you do A or would you do B? Would I who voted no to change it, then know to vote yes, I should vote for the next? Or would I think, because I have to tell you, when I read ballot measures, I don't know if I'm alone, but I have to read them 10 times before I even understand what is being said. That's just the nature of my brain. So explain to me, Kathy, would I then be allowed to or told to either, if you voted yes or no, it doesn't matter, you definitely should answer the next question, or will I be confused and then leave it out?
Well, it's hard to, because that will depend on the education and whether you'll be confused or not. Because our charter requires each question has to be yes or no, I do think it is more confusing than saying, if you vote yes on even year election, do you want A or B? Because that's not a way our charter lets us write the question. So the question would be, do you want to vote even year election? If that passes, then we would vote, do you prefer option A over option B or option B over option A? And whichever one gets the most votes wins. But there's a circumstance where neither one of them could get a majority.
But it sounds to me like I'll know that even if I said no to changing it to even years, I'll know that I should then answer the next question.
Yes, you can do it that way.
So Kathy, can I just get totally explicit that if even years passed but neither of the 2 options that we put on got 50%, like if they got 48%, then the even year question would get nullified because they hadn't selected an option?
Correct.
Okay, well, Rachel, I think I'm with you. I think that this now gets much less interesting, that if the whole thing could go down because, one option got 49% and one got 30%, and there was a clear choice, but it wasn't 50%, and the whole thing dies, that's a bad outcome. So.
And the only way you could avoid that is put into the first question, do you want even year elections happening this way? Or do you want a second one? Do you want even year elections happening this way? So rather than 3 questions, you only have 2, but still that might be confusing to the voters. And people could vote yes on both or no on both, or yes on one and no on the other.
Got it. Okay. Thanks. I'd like to give everybody a chance to talk at least once before we go back to folks. So I've got Lauren up.
Thanks, Aaron. So to me, it seems like none of these options are perfect. We have the issue of extending our own terms. We have voter fatigue. Some of these are difficult or complicated to implement, or waiting on ranked choice voting for mayor. And I just still feel like Occam's razor is a really good thing to use in this situation. The simplest solution, often the best. So I would put a plug in for option 4, because for me, it's the simplest to understand and to explain.
Thanks. All right. And Ginny, I saw your hand up before. If you don't, you could go ahead since you haven't spoken.
Thank you. I don't think I was part of the earlier discussion, even though I thought, well, I might as well just add my 2 cents on this one. I do support moving to even year, and I would support number 4 and extending terms of all existing council members by 1 year. Actually, I love being on council and I would accept the 1 year. So, so Mark, I understand you said you might not be with us any further, but I just think this is a great opportunity. Again, I just hear some of the benefits that was mentioned by Nicole earlier. Again, I just think this option will definitely impact community in a more positive way. So giving people more opportunities to know what's going on in their own community. So I will definitely support option 4.
Thanks. Okay, so Nicole, you've been waiting.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to say, I mean, it sounds like the multi-part option is something that folks are kind of pulling back from, which I think is good. It was getting really into the weeds for me. I'm kind of with Lauren that, this is simple. It's just the simpler we can make the ballot, the better we are going to get an understanding of what the community wants. And somebody mentioned earlier that we shouldn't be the final decision makers in this, but we're not, right? Ultimately, the voters will be the decision makers, and they will either decide that, they want even year elections and they're okay with doing a one-time extension of all the terms by 1 year in order to get there, or no, right? And then we can think about whether there's another thing that we could do in the future if that were something another council wanted to do. A community group could decide they wanted to try it a different way. But ultimately, it's really the voters who will decide. And I think to give them the best possibility of making a decision that they're going to be happy with, we need to be really clear and transparent and just have the simplest ballot measure we can, which to me is option 4.
Thanks, Nicole. I've still got hands from Tara and Lauren. Did you want to chime back in? No. Okay. Well, I'll call on myself again then, because I had gone for the multi-choice, but now that I don't think that's a great option. So I guess I'll just say I do think either of them will work perfectly well. I guess I'm going to go for option 4 by a small margin, just to keep from the simplicity argument. And if the voters don't like extending the terms, then they don't like extending the terms, and that's totally fine. But just keep it simple and I guess subject all of us equally to the pain of an additional year if the measure is successful. But like I said, I think it could work out either way. All right, can we move to some straw polls here? Is that all right with folks? Okay, so we have option. Bob put option 1 back on the table, and then we have option 2 and option 4. Let's do this. How about we can do it like the boards and commissions appointments? We'll go from the top down. If a majority doesn't get, if none of them get a majority the first round, we'll drop the lowest vote getting one and then try again, if that's okay with folks. All right, and I'm going to ask for, can I see everybody? Okay, I can see everybody. So I'm going to ask for physical hands for the different options, and I'm going to record you as we go. So option 1, all in favor of option 1. I'm seeing two hands for option 1, Tara and Bob. All in favor of option 2. I am seeing 1 hand from Rachel Friend. All in favor of option 4. I'm getting 5, 6. Tara, okay, so that's everybody else. So that looks like option 4 is what we've landed on. So thanks for that discussion. That's what we will work on putting on the ballot. Appreciate that. Now we had the, I didn't see it in the presentation, but there was the question in the memo about, maybe I missed it because I was gone for a couple minutes, about whether people could run for mayor while still serving out a council term. Is that right? Do we need to weigh in on that tonight?
Yes, that's slide 5, Emily, if you can do that. Yes, I just wanted to confirm the two things. That one, you can only run for one office during an election. And one more slide. And it causes all sorts of issues if somebody was running for mayor and council member in the same election. There's all sorts of issues with matching funds and the way that we do campaign disclosures and all that kind of stuff that make it very difficult. So just confirming that cannot happen. But a council member who is not up for election in a certain year and just serving on council and has another 2 years on their term, that they can run for mayor without resigning their seat. If they win mayor, then the 5th highest vote getter gets the unexpired term of the council member that was elected mayor. And that second part was already in the charter from when ranked choice voting was put in. But we just wanted to make it clear that to run for mayor, it can either be somebody new from the city or a council member whose term is not expired.
Very good. Clarifying questions, Bob?
Well, I'll just make a clarifying statement. This was what was intended. Matt will remember this, that this first point was exactly what we wanted, those of us who put this on the ballot back in 2020, and through a Scrivener's error, quite frankly, a mistake in drafting by somebody, that's not what ended up on the ballot. And so I think this actually, I mean, what council believed in 2020 and what this council believes may be two different things, but I fully support what Kathy said, because this is what we were supposed to be asking the voters in 2020, and through literally a drafting error, it didn't end up in the ballot. Matt, do you remember that correctly too?
I do a little bit, but I don't remember the explicit details of where that all transpired in the handing off from voter approved initiative to a council one, and things getting lost in translation, I think. But yes, I think I recall you being correct, Bob.
Very good. Mark?
And I would actually go a little further with respect to the second point. One of the things that's most unseemly in our national politics is when people run from safe seats for higher office. And I am happy to have anybody whatsoever run for mayor, but frankly, I think that individual ought to elect up front as to whether or not they're running for mayor or remaining as a member of council. Again, it's an optics issue for me when somebody runs with the assurance that they remain on council if they lose. I think people who want to run for mayor should commit to running for mayor and not have a council seat to fall back on. I just, to me, it's bad optics and looks unseemly. And so I would actually prefer that people elect one or the other. And if you want to run for mayor, go for it. But elect to do so and in lieu of remaining on council.
Okay, we'll have a little discussion on this. I got Nicole and Junie, and I'll call myself.
Yeah, I really hear that, Mark, and I'm glad you raised that for us to sort of discuss around it. And I just want to lay out my concern with that. And it's really, the mayor as it exists in our city is not kind of the all-powerful person that it is in some other cities that have elected mayors. But I can absolutely see how it really benefits to have somebody who has some council experience. So that's sort of the one thing that I would hate for somebody to kind of cut their term short before deciding to run for mayor and then sort of lose them. Anyway, sorry, it's late and I'm not articulating things well, but basically it seems to me that if we ask people to step down from their council seat before running for mayor, we might lose some really well-qualified mayor candidates.
Thanks. And, I just realized, because Alicia mentioned it to me, Molly, I don't know that we need to keep you here any later, because I think we're past the point where we need your expertise. So you're welcome And with our great thanks for assisting us tonight and for, of course, all the work that you do for our community, our county.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Okay, so Ginny, and call myself and then Rachel.
Thank you, Aaron. I heard you clearly, Mark. I think your points are valid, but I'm just wondering, I just don't know what difference it makes. And I wonder if maybe Teresa or maybe someone else at the city has looked into this and know that it really makes a difference whether a council member still get to keep the seat or whether you vacate the seat. I just don't know what really difference it makes. And I think, again, Nicole made an important point that if someone has to step down, there is that vacuum and you're losing someone with experience. So I just don't know. I just don't know what would be the benefit and some of the drawback of going that way. Do you see what I mean, Mark? So
Yeah,
maybe someone.
May I colloquy with you for a moment? My intent was simply to, to me, it just doesn't look good when you have that guaranteed seat, win, lose, or draw. I know we would be losing someone who doesn't succeed in running for mayor, but that's the nature of electoral politics. I just think the appearance aspect of it is, it's a free election. You get to run, you win, you lose, it doesn't matter, you stay on council. And yeah, I understand that you lose some experience, but we lose experience every election cycle. And amazingly, we still continue to move forward and prosper. We have many new members this council, and everybody is performing as expected. So for me, it's just the optics of doing so. Just as I get aggravated when I see people who are governors or senators running for president because they know there's no cost to them. If it works out, fine. If it doesn't work out, they get to go back and pontificate some more. And that's all I'm saying. I don't expect there to be a majority for that position, but to me, it is the optics of it are quite poor. And I want people to step up and run for mayor, but I want them to commit to doing so. And now we've got a new procedure for electing the mayor through ranked choice voting. And I'd like to see them commit to that as opposed to, simply taking the safe way out. And again, I don't expect that to be a majority position here. I'm just raising it because it's something that disturbs me.
I hear your concern, Mark. So I'll call on myself the next. I think the community can benefit from having some experienced council members stay in office if they're unsuccessful and they run the mayor. And I'll just look to our neighbor to the north here for a recent example in Longmont. The most recent mayor election was 2 sitting council members were to the contenders, Joan Peck and Tim Waters, both exemplary public servants. Joan won, Tim lost by a little bit. Tim stayed on council. He's continuing to serve his community ably while Joan is the mayor. So I just pointed that as an example. We got 4 more hands up, but we might move to straw poll here pretty quick on this topic. Rachel, Matt, Laura, and Tara.
I feel like I missed something, and this conversation has brought my fever back, I think. But why are the 9 of us deciding this? Isn't this something that should have been decided by the voters? And if this was a scrivener's error and it didn't get in there, is this a charter committee question that should go back to the voters? Because I don't know why the 9 of us should decide this for the city. We are not the smartest and best people in the city to decide this. This impacts the whole city, not just the 9 of us. So I kind of hate it when we as a council think that we should have the answers. I think this is for the voters. So I don't know how to vote in your straw poll for that, Aaron, but this conversation's, I just don't think it's ours.
Mayor, can I clarify?
Please do.
This is the question of how you want us to write the ballot question. The ultimate decision is the voters, not yours. Like Bob said, it was thought that this was going to be included in the question when this was written before. It wasn't. And so now there's an interpretation. There's a hole. And we're trying to fill that hole in the way we write the ballot question. The voters will decide whether the hole gets filled or not.
Great. I misunderstood the whole question there because we were weighing in with our opinions on which way is the better outcome. So if it's just like, I don't know how we need to weigh in on the phraseology. Yes, this should go to the voters.
Yeah, definitely going to the voters. All right, Matt, Lauren, Tara, and we'll see if we can wrap this up.
Yep, sounds good. Thanks. I'll be brief. Yes, there's a hole in the drafting of 2020. This will clean it up. I support the way it is. To do so, to Mark's point, if it seems like it's bad taste for someone to want to sit there, then that'll be in the eye of the elector to not support them for mayor or the next time they run for council. Furthermore, I don't see anybody going sort of half cooked if they're already an existing council person into running for mayor. It's like all or nothing when you kind of run for those races. So I think that's going to be a fair shot. So I think this is a good way to clean it up, and I hope the voters support this cleanup attached to whatever else goes in there in that sense. But I think this is a good way to clean up what was left hanging.
Very good. Laura and Tara?
I think it also avoids the possibility that a majority of council could run for mayor, and then you could end up with a very, very green council. So
good point, because right, lots and lots of people, I hadn't even thought about that, could run for council. Okay, Tara.
Real quick, as I'm going to go with Nicole and Junie on this one, and here's the reason, Mark, is because Mark, if you ran for mayor, I would not want to lose you for city council. I would not want to. So then this is true. So then my thought would be, well, should I take a chance and vote for him for mayor? Should I not take it? I feel for me, it would just make it better for me to pick the person who I like the best. And so I'm going to go with what Junie and Nicole said.
Harry, you don't have to worry.
Okay. Bob?
I just want to clarify my earlier comment. When I was speaking earlier, I was only speaking to point number one. I also disagree with Mark, with all due respect, Mark, on your proposition on number two. But number one is the hole that I think we need to fill.
Okay, very good. So maybe it sounds like we've got a strong majority here to take staff's recommendations on these two points and move them forward. And again, Mark, all respect to your points, but looks like we got a majority on that. Any last comments there?
Just to clarify, just for everyone, these would be separate. This would be a separate charter cleanup, not attached to the even year ballot language. Is that correct, Kathy?
I was planning on writing them all in the ballot one. So I'm sorry, in the even year one. So if you want them separate, let me know.
Well, the only reason is if the even year goes down, we still have this sort of hole of interpretation that's sort of hanging there for something that's already built into the charter, which is electing our mayor with ranked choice voting. So that first point has to get cleaned up regardless of whether we pass even year or not. So and if there's, and to be frank, if there's other cleanup, so to speak, then maybe it's a cleanup package that gets tossed in there. But either way, I think it's important for this to be separated out.
Really good point. Thank you.
Does anyone object to Matt's approach? I think it's very reasonable. Can't see any. Okay, I'm seeing nodding heads and such that you're not objecting. Okay, so I think Tara's had an old hand. Yes, I mean none of your hands are old, but I think that brings us to the end of our item. Kathy or Teresa, is there anything else we need to address here?
I haven't thought of anything. Thank you.
Yep, I don't believe so.
Okay, great. Well, thanks everyone. I apologize that we went way over the time of our meeting, but boy, that landmarking one turned out to be a complicated issue. So appreciate another productive meeting and another set of great discussions. Any last thoughts before we wrap up? Everybody looks too tired for another thought. Okay, well, I will go ahead and gavel is closed at 10:32 p.m. Have a good night.